started shortly. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, September 29th, 2020. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning. I will now take roll call. Commissioner Decker,
Here.
Commissioner Goldsmith, Commissioner Bonner,
They both acknowledge their presence, although their microphones were not on, but let the record reflect they are present. Please proceed.
Commissioner Kalanche. Here. Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Okay, let the record reflect we have a quorum. Also present are the Chief of Police, the Executive Director, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Welcome to everyone this morning. We hope you are staying safe and healthy during these very challenging times. Today's regular agenda and the agenda for today was published last week, and we will proceed on the agenda in the order in which the items appear on the agenda. In summary, we will receive the Chief's report, public comment, the election of officers, then the regular agenda items, presentations on the status of youth diversion programs, grants, reports, agreements, and one donation. We then have 2 closed session items, an officer-involved shooting and the Chief's evaluation. As a reminder to members of the public, if you are interested in participating in public comment, the procedures are as they have been in the last few weeks. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total on the regular agenda items. At the request of the speaker can be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. If you do not have the opportunity to speak today, you can submit your written public comment to policecommission@lapd.online. Members of the public are also reminded that you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways. They are outlined on the agenda. However, to summarize, you can call in on the phone number listed on the agenda. If you use that procedure, you can listen to the meeting, but you cannot participate in public comment. You can, as I said, submit your written public comments to the email address I noted, policecommission@lapd.online. You can log into Zoom, as many people have today, and raise your virtual hand. You can also call into this meeting on the number listed on the agenda and press *9 if you want to speak on an agenda item. And that would be the number associated with this Zoom meeting. The first matter on the agenda is the Chief's report. Chief Moore, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners, Secretary General, members of the public. So what I will do is, as I do each week, talk about 5 different segments: racial equity, our COVID-19 updates, significant incidents, crime statistics, and personnel strengths. Regarding our racial equity plan and update and development of that, Commander Flores continues to develop that plan, working with other organizational units and community stakeholders. This past week, I want to call out that her work includes both a framework that'll be brought before me and then presented to this commission in the coming weeks, but also a series of actions or activity steps. Last week was the first day of Days of Dialogue as a training and development session at our academy with our recruit class. I want to thank the generous support of Ms. Avis Ridley Thomas and her organization. It sets the stage for us to, as we explore an understanding our past, both in law enforcement as well as individual communities, and it helps develop our police personnel and these young recruits in this career they're about to engage in. The work with the historic project and the working group, including members from various affiliate employee organizations as well as community groups, has continued, including the development of a Know Your Rights project video. That'll be an informational PSA that will go out on community engagement to solicit people's understanding of knowing their rights, but also importantly, understanding that the police department's role and responsibilities of ensuring that we protect those rights and that we honor those rights. We also spoke, Ms. Pinnell has continued to review mission statements and wireframes of racial and equity and inclusion plans across other parts of the country as she goes to, again, map this out. Lastly, our Chief Grimala was part of a panel led by Capri Maddox of the Department of Civil and Human Rights from the mayor's office, along with the mayor's Transgender Advisory Council this past week to discuss a myriad of issues affecting the transgender community, especially hate instances and crimes, which unfortunately we've seen a summer that has had instances of both. So this is our effort with our equity, inclusion, and diversity plan. The process, as I said before, is the process itself is defining not just the framework of it and the path forward, but also involves activities today that go to contribute the building of each of those core values. Transitioning over to COVID, this past week was essentially flat. We saw a small increase in the number of COVID positive officers at 566 today versus 574. That's an increase of 8. Troubling though was within that was 2 of our personnel are now hospitalized. I've reached out to both of them, spoke with both as to our insurance of their care support, and they appear to be on the road to recovery. I just want everyone to recognize this virus is very real. Its impact on community safety is an absolute pandemic and not one to be underestimated. And certainly as a department, we will continue to provide protective equipment and gear and practices for our personnel as we put them in harm's way each day as they go to provide the public service that they do. I want to draw out that this last week was the 12th week in a row of those practices within our academy training in-service training environment where we have had 0 COVID test positives. That is a significant milestone, recognizing the necessity of bringing people in and providing day in, day out recruit training, as well as in-service training. And I just congratulate the leadership within our training group and the academy for exercising good discipline, good protective measures to ensure the safety of our personnel. This next matter I want to talk about is it deals with significance in the sense that I report each week any officer-involved shooting or categorical use of force. But in this instance, I want to bring up that this last week was also very troubling in the sense that we've seen an increase this year in the trend of the number of assaults, felonious assaults against officers. The first matter I want to talk to is a shooting or assault with a deadly weapon against a police officer that occurred, an off-duty officer, on the 26th of September. About 5:45 in the morning, an off-duty officer was driving his car near a station and away from that station. And while he was driving that vehicle, he came under fire from an unknown suspect who was armed apparently with a handgun. The suspect at this time is described as a male Hispanic. He was driving a black sports utility vehicle. And as the officer drove on the street and away from, again, the work location in Rocha's home, suddenly and apparently without any provocation, his vehicle was fired upon. The vehicle was struck. Unfortunately, he was able to take evasive actions and flee the area and flag down a nearby patrol unit. And while the suspect has not been identified, Robbery Homicide Division did respond in this incident and has conducted an extensive investigation into the facts and circumstances. And I look forward to identifying this individual involved. Troubling in this is that his actions of leaving the station and the immediacy of this occurring drew the immediate concern of whether or not he was followed off and targeted because of his role as a police officer. That is an active part of this investigation, and at this point, I cannot exclude that. And it is one of the challenges that our personnel have. And in a moment, I'll speak more about that. Second, on this last Saturday night, there was an officer-involved shooting that has received, that's been noted in the media that I want to talk about. It's about 10 o'clock at night, a male Hispanic who was later identified as Mr. Jose Guzman Serpa. He's 29 years of age. He entered the front lobby of the station. We have closed circuit television cameras of his vehicles pick up as it approached the station. It stopped, and then him entering into the harbor desk area. Once Mr. Guzman entered the harbor desk area, once Guzman entered the harbor area, and he was met by a uniform officer who came from behind the desk and met him in the common area, the lobby. There, Guzman engaged in a physical altercation and suddenly and without provocation punched the officer, resulting in the officer falling onto the ground. Guzman continued in his assault, and he struggled with the officer, eventually removing the gun from the handgun sidearm from the officer's holster. He gained full control of that weapon, and he began to repeatedly strike the officer in the head, causing lacerations and bruising and bleeding. The Guzman then stood up and pointed the gun at the officer, and then began to retreat towards the front door of the harbor station. Fortunately, the on-duty watch commander, a sergeant, hearing a commotion, responded to the lobby, and at that point attempted to render aid to the officer, and was advised by the officer that Mr. Guzman had the officer's gun. As the sergeant moved towards the front portion of the lobby, apparently Mr. Guzman fired at our officer, and this resulted in an officer-involved shooting by the sergeant. Guzman fled. He was not struck by the rounds, and fled the area in his vehicle. Responding uniformed harbor officers observed Mr. Guzman fleeing and were involved in a short vehicle pursuit that terminated at Pacific and 17th. Their uniformed officers took Guzman into custody, utilizing a team takedown, body weight, and physical force. The initial involved officer's handgun, loaded, was found in Mr. Guzman's vehicle. The injured officer was treated for head injuries, and he was fortunately later released that evening from the hospital. I responded that evening, met him at bedside, as well as responded to the station, and met another officer who was injured during the takedown of Mr. Guzman. I am grateful that he survived this assault, and we will, as a department, release a critical incident video, as we do in each categorical use of force, in the days ahead. That video will include not just the lobby video, which has reached the public airway, not through a department channel, and depicts in part the activities of Mr. Guzman and our personnel, but it'll also include body-worn video of the officer that was struck by Mr. Guzman and assaulted. I saw that yesterday, observed it, and it is, I am grateful again that this officer survived this brutal assault. This weapon was pointed at him, and why this officer was not shot by this assailant is unclear, but I'm grateful for that. But what I want to point out is that this past week, these two actions, along with an action at Metro Station, Metropolitan Division Station, of a fire a couple weeks earlier, and a man at a door striking the glass and injuring the glass. We've had these instances of an assault on the officers at the Van Nuys Station, where a flag was burned and the building was vandalized, and officers in a vehicle were assaulted by individuals and were able to escape unharmed. But it's contributing to this trend of violent assaults on officers. Essentially, after no change from 2018 to 2019, a number of assault with deadly weapon charges against, or instances by individuals against officers, we've seen 156% increase this year to date. That's 282 felonious assaults versus 110 for the same period last year. Now, many of these instances, but not all of them, have occurred during protest activities. And I've seen similar trends in other cities across this country. This is very stressful to our people and to their families, to the certainty of our people. They come to work each day. I'm proud of them because of their continued hard work each day. They leave families that are worried, and these events only amplify that worry and concern. We are stressing to our people good safety practices, awareness, following their training, watching out for each other. We're also committed to aggressively holding those who commit violence against police officers accountable. We work closely with the District Attorney's Office. As the District Attorney's Office was present Saturday night, we work closely in each of these instances in which officers are violently assaulted to bring them and hold them before justice. However, I'm also calling out to our community leaders and elected officials to voice their support of our people, and that there's not a tolerance for violence against police officers. I hear the need for many changes about our society, including policing, but these numbers are troubling, and these trends are serious. And as instances occur, regardless of the setting, it is time and it is needed for our community leaders and others to step forward and their voice to be heard. And many may feel that their voices have been heard, but I will tell you on behalf of the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department who are telling me that they're not hearing it. And it's giving their family a great deal of stress. And I am concerned, and I draw this out today as a means that we keep a balance in our efforts of reform, in our efforts of change, and we remain committed. This is a department that has led historically in its responsiveness to American policing. But there are individuals who are either acting out or somehow feel empowered during this period of time right now. And it is coming at a great expense to our people. And with that, concludes my, I'll speak briefly on crime statistics. Crime statistics continue to see an overall reduction in violent crime and property crime. We are still continuing to experience an increase this summer in regards to our shooting violence, and our homicides have increased with 226 people that have been killed this year versus 197 last year. That's an increase of 29. And we have more than 74 individuals, additional individuals that have been shot. So we are continuing to see the trend that began in June and July regarding an increase in violence in various parts of our city. We continue to work to understand the underpinnings of that and to take actions to prevent and interrupt those instances. Regarding officer-involved shootings, with Saturday's officer-involved shooting, which was a no-hit shooting, that is our 19th officer-involved shooting this year. That number was 20 last year. This year, the number of fatal officer-involved shootings stand at 6. That number was 9 last year. Our personnel strength continued to be at 9,878, and sworn personnel and our civilian personnel are just over 3,000. As a reminder to the public, our personnel strength numbers and civilian staffing, as well as our crime information, is available online each week, and also by contacting their local senior lead or area command at a more neighborhood-based level. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or take comments from the commission.
Thank you very much, Chief, for that report and the sobering reminder of the dangers faced by law enforcement. Chief, I know I speak for all members of the commission when I say the violence directed at the police officers last week, both the San Pedro incident and the attack on a officer in his vehicle. There simply is no excuse for that. And we must all find a way to address all forms of violence. And I'm certainly hopeful that the dialogues you've been engaged in, members of the public have been engaged in, the commission has been engaged in, will help. And all of the reforms that everyone, I think, in the city is trying to engage in, hopefully will be a productive avenue in driving all forms of violence down. But with respect to what happened last week to the members of the Los Angeles Police Department, I hope we can all agree, and I think we should all agree, it's never appropriate. It's never appropriate. And we're all very relieved that the officers are recovering and that they survived these attacks. I do have a few questions, but why don't we open it up for commission questions for the Chief of Police based on his report. Commissioner Soboroff, I see your hand raised.
Sure. Chief, just one question. Has the reduction in funds coming to the department affected the safety of our officers?
I don't believe so at this point. We are continuing to work on our reorganization, and yet yesterday met with my staff for an additional potential cut of an additional $51 million, which is directly into the reduction in staffing. That's the only way in which to achieve that type of reduction. So right now we are reducing ourselves, downsizing this organization by 500 personnel. And our commitment is to maintain the safety and every best effort, working with all of our communities in all throughout Los Angeles, and also to ensure the staffing of the personnel that we ask to do that job, that they have sufficient staffing to operate safely, and for their safety to be as assured as I can make it. That's my primary task is the safety of the men and women of this organization, as well as the safety of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Have you concluded, Commissioner Soboroff? Yes. Other commissioners, questions for the Chief of Police, please. Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. A couple things, Chief. Good morning, everybody. First, I do want to extend some well wishes to the officers, both the incident that you referred to with the off-duty officer, but also the officer who was attacked over the weekend in Harbor area, and also want to express some appreciation to those who stepped in to make sure that it was not a more serious situation than could come out a lot worse. One question about that in particular is, and you might have referred to this in your remarks, but have we learned how this the investigation has been accessed, the videotape, how it was accessed before the investigation got really underway?
No, that's one of the topics of concern. Yesterday, the LA Times notified us that they had gained access to this video, which has been now widely broadcasted. I'm disappointed in that. We are in the midst of this investigation going to provide the public with a video portion that I can attest to its authenticity, its completeness, as well as body-worn video and other physical evidence to provide the public with the best view, as we know it today, of this investigation. The efforts by individuals within the organization, apparently or otherwise, that provided this video, I'm disappointed in that. I think that it's not the manner in which we should handle these type of sensitive matters or these type of law enforcement related matters. And I'm also disappointed, I'll say, in the LA Times for choosing to broadcast this. I recognize they quote unquote develop or harvest or nurture sources, but that doesn't make the unauthorized release of information right. We'll do what we can to investigate, to identify who is responsible, and also the systems that are in place to control such an unauthorized release.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll look forward to hearing some more about each of those issues, I should say. Secondly, I wanted to, I guess, reflect a little bit and address the comments about the concern I think we all share for the officers and the workforce generally. And I think that I'm eager myself, just speaking for myself, I'm eager to engage on a range of issues. And I think that some of that will be starting. Hopefully you're aware I'll be with the command staff later this week for 2 mornings, Thursday and Friday morning, to exchange some views and express some support. I mean, and that's really, I think my interest, broadly speaking, is twofold. One is to express appreciation and support for the officers who are showing a fair amount of resilience and taking on their responsibilities. I've mentioned a number of times in the past that you hear this platitude or the slogan that the workforce is the most important asset you have, and that's just actually true. I mean, that regardless of what you think about a lot of the issues that are we're trying to work through right now, the fact is that you have a group of people who have stepped forward to dedicate themselves to law enforcement. The city and the public have invested millions of dollars a year in their ability to be effective in that challenge. And I think we owe it to them also to provide a proper level of support to make sure that they're working in an environment that is not only safe, but also conducive to carrying out that mission. So my goal is really going to be twofold. One, to express not only that appreciation and support, but also to have a better understanding as to the mindset that we've talked to before. These are human beings, and so they're hearing and seeing a lot of the same things that we're hearing and seeing. And so I think it's important for us to do more or all that we can to also understand, to listen and understand, and to help equip them with the tools that they will need to rationalize all of the events going on around them in the world on the one hand, and then to be effective in their work. So I'm going to look forward to having more to say to not only the command staff, but also the line officers in that regard sometime very soon. Lastly, I wanted to ask you also relative to speaking of workforce, did you comment, or did you want to comment on the recent news on the recruit class? I think 920. There was pretty significant milestone there. If you want to comment briefly.
Absolutely. Recognizing the limit of my time, there are a number of events, and today I wanted to focus on the violence against police officers. But I'd only just comment one thing about that. Use the word rationalize. We're building resilience. I don't know there's a way to rationalize this, but I do know that there's a way that officers, we're working with our behavioral science services, our psychologists, our clergy, our peer counselors, and our command leadership to step into this conversation and reinforce the good work and the good intentions and the fact that the core values of our people stand in the face of times of these challenging circumstances, and that their actions matter and that they matter and that we care deeply about them. This is a very troubling time for people in this profession as to the certainty that this work does matter. And which is why I close my remarks about the significance. And I appreciate your remarks and the members of this commission weighing in about just how critical they are to this work. Relative to yesterday, I was proud yesterday to welcome 40 new members, our newest members of this department as recruit members. And particularly proud that our outreach and engagement with our commitment to build and deepen our diversity is that it had a historic level of representation of women. 57% of the academy class were women, and of that makeup of by gender and by diversity, 15 members were African American. Those are two demonstrations of our efforts to build and deepen diversity in important communities across Los Angeles. Gender diversity, gender equity is critical in our work. I want to thank Commissioner Decker's leadership, her laser focus on establishing the goal that 50% of our academy classes will be made up of women, qualified, capable, dedicated professionals that wish to enter this profession. And also that our commitment is to build and deepen our African American ranks, restore them, as we have a number of our existing members that are beginning to retire after decades of service. The outreach and engagement by the personnel department with us and marketing, the support by Mayor Garcetti in providing public funds that allow us to target that marketing effectively, to communicate that to be the part of the change of this organization continues the evolution of policing in those two particular areas. But I also told that entire academy class, regardless of their gender or ethnicity, that I would trade with them in a moment to go back 39 years and have an opportunity to do this work again. Even in these most troubling and difficult times, the work they do matters. The training they're going to receive in the next 6 months, the tools, the awareness, I think will bode well for them as they enter a profession that as it continues to evolve to serve the changing needs. So yesterday was a historic mark. It was the first time in any recorded history of more than 50% or anywhere near 50% of an academy class being made up of women. And I'm proud of that accomplishment, and I'm proud of the work of the men and women that are effectively, I believe, identifying communities that we need to see a broadened representation in the organization of members of, and ensuring that not only we make that aware, but that we're supporting them as they take the task. It's a difficult task to become a member of this organization. Over 100 applicants, we'll have 5 that'll make it into the academy. And so it's not just marketing, it's mentorship, it's ensuring that we are playing on a level playing field, that we're open and we're hiring. And to anyone that is interested, please apply online, and we look forward to you joining this work.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. And I would note, by the way, that I also saw a news report earlier this week. I think it was from some classes at El Camino Community College, I believe it was, and I was somewhat struck by the number of young people of color, in particular, who were lining up to sign up for the course in order to get on this track to be recruited by one of the agencies locally. And I think what I think is, in addition to thanking not only Commissioner Decker and those who are in the department who are involved in the recruiting and process and helping to achieve this, I'm thinking also primarily about the young people who have stepped forward to take up that challenge, particularly under the circumstances that we find ourselves in now. And I think what I would say probably is that they are taking, to some degree, taking a leap of faith, looking to those of us who are in positions of authority and to make sure that we are working hard to address the issues that are before us in a way that they won't, so that they won't need to be addressing these same issues. They no doubt will always be issues in law enforcement and policing, but I think we owe it to them, those who are courageous enough to come into this environment, particularly under current circumstances, in addition to those who are with us today. I think we just need to make sure that we're keeping a focus on the need to break the historical cycle that we've dealt with of unrest relating to some of the racial and other disparities in the communities. So I just say that it presents an opportunity for them coming in, but also an opportunity for us to do that hard work so that again, they're not having to deal with some of the same issues that we're dealing with now. So
I'm optimistic. We held our first 2 Zoom meetings. Commissioner Decker, thank you for being a part of that. Women's symposium using ranks, women of all ranks within the organization to give a little showcase of a vignette of how they've performed, job opportunities they've had, how they balance work and the rest of life. More than 400 people participated in those 2 sessions, one last Wednesday night and one on Saturday. So to your point, Commissioner, there is an appetite for people to be a part of change and part of contributing in public service. And while there has always existed that, I'm encouraged that even in the most tumultuous time, people find a calling to a profession that does change lives and make a difference in lives.
Absolutely. And so let's just make sure that we're all doing what we can, as they say, to make that effort worth their while, so that they can take up the charge and hopefully move our conversation in a place that we're not able to realize today. So thank you very much, Chief, for the report, and look forward to kind of working with you and engaging some of the workforce issues we're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldsmith.
Thank you. I just want to say too that my heart goes out to the families of those officers themselves who've been victims of this violence. Certainly as the other commissioners have said, none of us condone violence against the police or anyone else. And I do want to make sure that message is heard loud and clear, and that officers out there know that I do appreciate the work that they do to keep us safe and the risks that they take.
Commissioner Goldsmith, we're having challenges hearing you. Is your microphone covered by any chance?
No, do I have to get really close to the mic? Repeat that, or did the basic message come through?
We got that. I think we have the message. Thank you. It was just a little muffled. That's
Okay.
better sound now. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. I apologize for the close up here. I can actually raise my voice as well. How about that? So again, I just want to make sure that officers are hearing that message loud and clear. And Chief, I appreciate you making sure we understand how important that is to them. And it is certainly important to me that, while we are dealing with this reckoning around race and the role that systemic racism is playing in all institutions in society, including the criminal justice system, that we not ever lose sight of the humanity of the people on all sides, the activists, the police officers, and everyone else. And this work is not accomplishing its vision if we are dehumanized in the process. So I do trust, Chief, that you're doing everything you can to keep our officers safe and responding to these incidences with any additional protections that are needed, and letting the commission know if there's anything that you need from us on that in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions from commissioners before I ask mine? Commissioner Kalanche, please.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you, Chief, for the report, and I echo the sentiments as well. I have a question, kind of shifting a little bit on safety. In my division, we had 3 homicides over the weekend, I believe, based on the notifications that I received. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm just wondering. I know that you mentioned homicides are up, crime is up. So what would be the response to something like that, or that type of increase in a couple of days?
Well, clearly, to look at each instance to understand the underlying motives, if we can identify the location, the description of the victim themselves, were they coming, were they going, were they at a home, at a business, what were their activities, description of witness statements and others as to the suspect, the person who was involved. Forgive me, at this moment, I cannot address each of those 3 instances.
No.
But I will say that our typical response is first to investigate to determine what happened. Secondly, to understand how it overlays or is in conjunction with other violence or other activities that's in a community. And then to work with our partners and community-based stakeholders such as our grid providers, if this has a relationship to street violence relative to gangs or gang activity, is what that we inform them, that we have them be aware that these instances occur, and seek them to reach out to family members and associates of victims to support them, to get them needed services, but also to try to quell, if this is gang related or street violence, a retaliation or a vigilantism of someone striking back and then an amplification back and forth. If it's family violence, then to understand the underlying dynamics. Is there signals that we could have stopped or seen this and interrupted or interceded? So this is a shared responsibility of the violence in the area. And then from an enforcement posture, what can we do to deter by presence? And then what can we do to deter by identifying those responsible and frankly, supporting the family and the survivors by bringing those individuals before the justice system. So this episode of the spasm that you see, that's the immediate response. And then strategically to take a step back and understand what are trends or information occurring across the course of the year, from one year to the next, and how are the other people around the table of this responsibility of community safety, how are they living up to their responsibilities, and what are they adding to help prevent these types of instances from occurring. Law enforcement has cops count, police work matters, but so does so many other parts of a society. And so that's why when we look at this, it's not just what the officers are going to do or what just the police department's going to do, it's what all of us can do and should be doing to not just solve this crime, but to stop it from reoccurring or continuing.
Right. I see part of my role here as to ensure the safety of the public. So I take it very seriously when there's that type of incidents, like back to back. I think there was like 3 in a weekend. But I want to make sure that deployment hasn't changed. I also want to make sure that, as you mentioned, that we bring in partners. I work at a nonprofit that works in Boyle Heights, and I haven't been called in, or anybody in my organization hasn't been called in. So I want to make sure that we are collaborating with the community. Kind of unacceptable to have that type of crime, and people are feeling unsafe. So just want to figure out how we respond, and then to ensure that the community knows that they can be part of these efforts to respond and to increase safety.
So Hollenbeck Division has had 18 homicides year to date. That number was 13 last year. To your point, there's been a year-to-year increase of homicides, and there's been a year-to-year increase in shooting violence.
I would around the block from my house too.
I would encourage you to, as you orient yourself in your leadership position as commissioner, to attend one of our CompStat meetings, and particularly to attend the Central Bureau of CompStat, which then delves into the actual area level Hollenbeck strategies, their tactics, what's working, what's not working, what are opportunities that have been missed, and what are partnerships and engagement and collaboration, and how are those parties all working towards this effort, again, of a shared responsibility for public safety.
Okay,
There
so-
you'll have an inside view, and I think a much more detailed understanding, as well as, and there's a crime control meeting at area levels, there's weekly crime control meetings that happen at the chief's level and the bureau level. So there's a number of mechanisms for awareness to then understand the effort.
So can you let me know if Hollenbeck Division has pulled all the partners together?
Yes, we'll work with it.
And when? And maybe I can attend.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you all commissioners for raising very important points and particularly engaging the community in dealing with everything that is going on in our city. Chief, I have a few comments and a few questions. First, thank you for the report on the academy and zero, I think you said 12 weeks of zero positive tests. I think that all gives us hope, if that's a microcosm of a public environment, that maybe we can all get a handle on the pandemic and that there's hope for the future. Although it is sobering news that there are 2 officers in the hospital. It's a reminder how many people are still suffering from this disease that we all have to take special precautions for. So thank you. I too, as Commissioner Bonner noted, look forward to hearing the report on the release of the video. There are procedures and channels in place for the release of all of these materials in an appropriate way. And we don't want to see any of those rules violated. But it brings me to the issue you brought up about stress and dealing with stress and coping with stress on the department and its employees dealing with it. These are difficult and challenging times. I think we can all understand on a very human level why everyone is under stress and why law enforcement in particular is under stress. And you, in some of the answers to the questions raised today, I think you covered some of it, but I wonder if you can go into a little more detail about my concern is these are stressful times, and there's never been a more important time for our law enforcement officials to act with calm, resilience, and professionalism. And I'd like to know what you, as a leader of the department and your command staff, are doing to reinstill that in a workforce that does have to deal with tremendous stress in these times.
So a number of fronts. First of all, is just recognizing it and validating it, whether it be my personal opinion, by personal appearance, or by my communications, and also by my actions as the chief of this department, is to take a calm and measured, at times forceful. There's times in which it's necessary to celebrate, and there's also times in which it's necessary to have a bit of a more forceful tone or edge regarding concerns that deal with, particularly with the welfare of our people as the safety of this city. So I expect of myself to act in a manner that I expect our people to. This last Sunday, and then on more globally, our officers, it's my expectations that our communications as an organization internally are professional, that they take a measured and appropriate response, that they're based on facts, that they act within the bounds of professionalism, and that we not amp or hype matters up, nor do we underplay or understate. That we not play politics with the facts, that this is the facts or the circumstances as they are. And then also in a profession that requires such resiliency, is that we call that out and then ask and implore for officers to be mindful of their own self-help. But we back that up with behavioral science services. We have 17 full-time psychologists that are in our area stations visiting regularly on an individual and group setting to talk about coping skills, talk about understanding the stresses and engagement. And then also we reach that out to the family members. We've hosted in this COVID-19 environment Zoom calls where family members are invited to come for us to talk about this very subject of how do they deal with the stresses that are on there. I think it also goes to us marshaling and identifying those successes that we have and encouraging the heart by demonstrating that we are the finest organization in policing and that we have much room to move and grow. Our value of quality through continuous improvement will always be there, but the historic reforms, the strides that we've made are worth recognizing, and that we recognize them and then we identify more opportunities and then the good work that's being done. Some of that's done through internal communications with videos, with roll call settings, with messages from the DOC, with interactions in the hallway. For me, it was done Sunday night in a roll call setting in Central, where an officer whose actions on a protest line just a few days before garnered world attention as he stood there with protesters, individuals, I'll say, that were their remarks, their verbal assault was so very disturbing, and his actions demonstrated professionalism. And for me, it wasn't just a call to him and to reach out to him. It was standing in front of that command, in front of him, and calling him out, because his actions, those are the actions of the Los Angeles Police Department. Those are the actions that represent the vast majority of the men and women in this organization. And so we are, as an organization, I think this is an organization that has continued in its culture to demonstrate reform and its commitment. And at the same time, it has, as a culture, it has at times resistance, or it has a sense of we've done enough. And as we move through that, it's doing it in a way that's plain spoken, that has credibility, that has integrity, and has a commitment to the safety of our people. They have to believe they have a job that can be done, and they have to believe they work for an organization that cares for them about the job that we're asking them to do. And right now, that is under a great deal of pressure. And so my actions as this, I generally have not spent this amount of time. I've never spent this amount of time in this setting on this, because I recognize in the full spread of operations that we have instances which are not proud moments, things that people fall short. And certainly we'll hear from public members today, I'm sure, and others that will call out those inconsistencies. But I chose today as an opportunity to say, we're doing messages internally, but I really need community leaders and others who are active in this space to be more active in support of the law enforcement, the good police work that's being done. And so this is a range of activities. I do think it's structural, that it's wellness days and efforts to address the wellness and emotional stability and emotional wellness of our people is important. We'll have a Civilian Appreciation Day that's coming up here in a few weeks. We have an organization that's not just sworn personnel under stress, but civilian personnel that are experiencing significant cutbacks and furloughs and economic impacts on their very livelihood. We have an organization going through a sizable cutback in minimum personnel and questions about what their jobs will be in the weeks and months ahead. And so there is a lot of different fronts and challenges, but we're up for it. We will work through this, and I am convinced that we will demonstrate to the world and to the American policing the path forward. But that takes every member of the organization each day seizing the opportunity to show our core values and that we protect and serve. And we will strive, and I'm confident of that. So that confidence, that air, coupled with a realization and an acknowledgement of the challenges, we just can't ignore it. Just can't be out here thinking everything's fine. Don't worry about all these things. We're not going to minimize it, but we also need to make sure that we don't over amplify it to the point that people feel like they are, that this is not a profession that they can any longer be a part of. I participate on, as I've said repeatedly, on national conversations frequently. We are seeing people in this profession leave this profession because of the level of stress that we have and the amount of challenges in the families and the amount of challenges and people just questioning whether or not this is really a profession that is still warrants their commitment. I am committed that not be a circumstance or a culture within this organization. And part of it today was to have this conversation.
Thank you, Chief. My final comment before I open up for public comment is I do want to recognize the historic class of cadets that joined the training academy yesterday, particularly the robust number of women, over 50%, as you indicate, a historic class, 15 African-American candidates. I do recognize a considerable amount of work goes into creating a class of that level of diversity, and also that it will require a sustained effort to maintain classes at 50% gender equity. And to those who may not understand the importance of having a workforce, police department that achieves gender equity, I'd just like to say a few brief comments that it is not just simply because women represent 50% of the population. They do represent, over, according to FBI statistics, over 50% of crime victims. And statistics show that violence against women goes down when workforces, when police departments achieve greater gender equity, de-escalation goes up, the guardian mentality philosophy goes up, and it provides for more effective policing. So it is incredibly important. I do believe that yourself and Chief Grimala extend great leadership in this area. I thank you both for working towards that while recognizing significant sustained effort will have to go in to continue to achieve those results. But I do want to acknowledge that class. Thank you, Chief. And now, Madam Secretary, that concludes the Chief's report. We will move on to a 45-minute period of public comment. Madam Secretary, if you could please call the individuals in order.
Okay, our first speaker is Christy Ruiz, followed by LT.
Good morning. I wanted to,
What items would you like to speak on?
the crime report and general comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
First of all, I would like to thank Chief Moore and LAPD for doing a fantastic job. You have to know that there are so many citizens behind you that support you, that want you on our streets. Defunding our police department without a definitive plan will leave much less time for officers to engage in strategies known to reduce crime and victimization. Citizens will suffer. We need community policing that will which makes us safe, and the preventative programs that aid and boost the safety in our community. In national news, I'm sure you saw that Seattle City Council has backtracked and blocked the defunding of their police department because of what we're witnessing from other defunded police departments, such as Minneapolis. There is a rise in crime, and citizens are asking, where are our police departments? They do not want their police departments defunded. This increase in violence against the police officers, which leads me to believe, how are we safe? If they're attacking our protectors, who's going to protect us? With less officers on the streets, no bail, more criminals on the street, we don't feel that we are safe. Actually ashamed of city officials for the lack of support, especially the mayor and city council. They seem to support criminals, organizations with maligned and political agendas rather than the citizens, and they play politics with facts. There needs to be an extreme boost of citizen voices to support our LAPD, to keep it safe and intact, and actually increase it. It's 60%, LAPD is 64% minority, and right now it's on an increase. That is a representation of us, and we need to build and increase our police department to ensure that we have a future and a success in this city. Thank you so much for my comment. Like I said, we support Chief Moore and our LAPD Police Department. We want to see more of them on the street.
Thank you. Our next speaker is LT, followed by Lenny. LT, what items would you like to speak on?
Hi, good morning. I would like to make a general comments. First of all, I want to thank you, LAPD and Chief Moore, for your day in, day out service to the communities to keep us safe. And I want to say I live and work in the best part of the downtown LA. Statistically, the crime rates here supposed to be very low, but I still, as a woman of color, I often was followed around, even in front of my own building. So whenever there are police around, I feel safer because then no strange people follow me around to try to talk to me. So I really think there should be more police instead of less. And so I want to make this point. That leads to my next point is I support the LA Police Foundation because I support police because they provide financial.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Lenny, followed by John Avalos Rios. Lenny, what items would you like to speak on?
1 minute general comment, please, Commissioner. 1 minute, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I support funding for law enforcement and to let police do their jobs in light of all the rioting and loss of businesses and economic impact to the city. I also support any technology that helps the police identify and apprehend criminals, and that includes facial recognition. When a protester throws a projectile, they are no longer peaceful, they are terrorists and must be dealt with by any force necessary. Please know also that George Soros has backed George Cascon for district attorney in LA and has just funded him an additional.
I'm sorry, sir, there's no political commentary during public comment. Please proceed with anything related to the police department.
Okay. So I cannot make we have a clear and present danger here of George Soros backing people for district attorney. It's happening all over the country, St. Louis, Cook County, Philadelphia, and Portland. This word needs to get out. I do not mean to make any political statements. And these are just a few.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have John Avalos Rios, followed by Betty Lane.
Madam Secretary, if I could just ask the city attorney to advise me if speech enters the political arena and outside the purview of the Los Angeles Police Department. I realize we're coming up on an election soon, and I just want to be cautious in that regard. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Please proceed, Madam Secretary.
John
Hi.
Avalos, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief report, item 2A, and then the general comments.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thanks. Well, first of all, I'm really concerned that all of you are just so worried and concerned about what attacks on the police. And that is now the main focus for you guys, apparently. The new commissioner, I'm sorry, I can't say her name, but you're from Boyle Heights. Yeah, my vision is bad still. Did you realize you came onto this commission out of Boyle Heights, and so many of us have been attending for like 3 or 4 years, so many families. Are you aware that the commission wants to just move on and forget the past? And there are so many open wounds, so many. Eileen Decker, have you had a Zoom meeting with Lisa Hines, the mother of Waukesha Wilson, and all the other mothers? I bet you won't even try to have a Zoom meeting with Valerie Rivera. You won't even try that. And here you are having Zoom meetings to comfort the women police and women staffers, which is okay, but you all want to move forward and not solve any of these open wounds. The Olympics are coming. These open wounds are getting worse. You're feeling it. And then regarding the chief is, he did it 3 times right now. He said, the city council and our leaders need to support us. What? The city council and the mayor have been cowards. They have not even met with any of these families. I think this new commissioner probably doesn't even know who Jesse Romero is, and his mother and his father, the 14-year-old who was killed. And here the chief is saying, oh, these city council members aren't supporting us. But wait a minute, they've been cowards. There is a major and powerful policeman on the city council. Hello. He has influenced the Latinos and Chicanos on that council to go against us, and they have said nothing to the Chicano familias. They have never met with them. What kind of tragic behavior is this from our society? And the Olympics are coming. Be careful if you don't solve these problems and just try to move on. Mr. Bonner, you are supporting Ms. Decker's total abuse of us. We are being abused with these Thursday meetings. Psychologically, is she a Republican by any chance?
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Betty Lay, followed by the caller ending in 3146. Betty, what items would you like to speak on?
Ms. Lay, are you there?
Betty Lay? Okay.
It looks like she's unmuted, but perhaps we have to come back to her.
Okay, we'll come back. Next, we have the caller ending in 3146, followed by Amanda.
Hi, is this me?
What items would you like to speak on?
Yes, public comment, the chief, and I guess it's 4A.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, 4A. So you're going to have the kids and youth. Are you going to tell them about how the chief and the mayor was lying to everybody? The California Conference of Equality and Justice, or the Sentinel of Youth Services? You can tell them how the chief is lying with the mayor. How about the Children's Defense Fund? How about the New Earth and Youth Justice Coalition? You're going to tell them about how the chief and the mayor were lying about selecting the chief. They looked over a black chief from San Francisco.
You're not on topic, sir. You need to get on
Well,
topic. You're not
I was talking about the
addressing
chief. Okay, miss, let me get on topic. The LAPD Commission Murder Approval Board, that's you guys, 21046, the duty of officers to report. What I'm reporting is that Bonner said he was going to get on a phone call with Officer Fiazza and Officer Casey,
Okay, you're off
and he was
topic
looking
again.
forward to...
Madam Secretary, let's move on to the next speaker, please. Members of the public, you have to stay on topic or we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll go to Amanda and then we'll go back to Betty Lay.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
I just want to submit a general public comment.
Okay, 1 minute.
All right. I'm quite disturbed by all the rhetoric from this meeting. I find it really disturbing that the LAPD is playing itself as the victim. And at this point, the LAPD needs to earn the support of the people in city council. And it's not the other way around. We don't just blindly support the LAPD above everything, especially since there's obviously reasons that they've lost support over the years. In addition, I'm really disturbed by the recent news of your surveillance and facial recognition software. I demand that you ban facial recognition technology usage immediately and release the details about all past usage. This surveillance and spying program only serves to further racially profile and add to our racist policy.
Okay, thank you. We'll try Betty Lay once more. Betty, are you there?
It looks like your microphone is open. No, now you're on mute, Betty. There we go. You're open. Try speaking. For some reason, we can't hear you, Betty. Some people find it convenient to log back in. If you want to give that a try, the secretary will try and find you in the queue. But Madam Secretary, let's move on to the next speaker.
Okay, the next speaker is caller ending in 6525, followed by Gina Viola. Caller 6525, what items would you like to speak on?
I just wanted to make a general public comment.
Okay, 1 minute.
I just, I'm on these calls every week and, just more and more, it's just how the LAPD is becoming the victim. And, you know, nobody condones, violence against police officers, but where is the same outrage for the violence that's being unleashed on protesters right now? We saw over the weekend in West Hollywood, and granted it's the LASD, but we saw violence, people being beat by shields and, guns being dropped by LASD and being blamed on protesters. Like, where is the same outrage? You guys are being very clear on who lives matter right now, and it is not Black or brown people. It's not even citizens in general. It's literally the LAPD. And it's just really disturbing considering you guys have surveillance spying. There's, the iWatch program and the suspicious activity reporting program. There's facial recognition. There's all these things that you guys are doing to, protect.
Thank you. Next speaker, Gina Viola, followed by Zach Sherwin. Gina, what items would you like to speak on?
Yes, I'd like to speak on items 1, 2, and 3, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So I've been coming to these meetings for many years now, and I'm often struck with misery and hopelessness when I leave at what I see is an oversight board that is anything but, and what can we do about that? And this has just progressed infinitely since we've moved online. And now since the People's Uprising, it is clear it's even worse. It's worse than before. How are you not understanding that your complete unwillingness, Chief Moore, to hold officers accountable who have been found out of policy by this board, why we are here? You say there are trends of violent assaults towards officers, and what is empowering them? Well, I would argue what's empowering them is helplessness, hopelessness. You have officers who murdered Grishario Mack, officers who murdered Albert Ramon Dorsey. Both of those were found out of policy by this board, which was nothing short of a miracle. And what have you done to hold those officers accountable? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. You want to talk about bringing more female officers to the force, Commissioner Decker, and how great that will be. Tony McBride just murdered Daniel Hernandez while we were on stay at home. That's a female officer, a young female officer. So that's not making me feel any safer. You want to balance your efforts, Chief Moore, then start balancing them by holding officers accountable, by having some transparency. One of the things you said is unauthorized release of information in terms of the Times, releasing a video. To me, that says everything about what this organization is. All it does is try and keep everything a secret, everything from the public being able to see or participate at all. Your officers are routinely brutalizing citizens at these protests, and yet you want to make an issue of folks who are finally fighting back. What your officers are doing, frankly, is they're targeting the press and the Lawyers Guild so they can get witnesses out of the way. So the brutalization that we've seen isn't even the worst of it, because you remove those folks from that line of fire first. So in terms of COVID, it's no surprise to me that you have more officers in the hospital. It's horrible. Please put the masks on. Your officers are routinely seen yelling, handling people without masks every single day, every single day. That has to change. And Ms. Decker, this whole new method.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Patrick P. Zach, what items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on the Chief's report, general public comment, and item 3.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so just to get this out of the way, Chief, you described COVID statistics as, quote, troubling. You said that this virus is, quote, very real, and that you're providing your officers with PPE, and that you're training people how to be safe around COVID, which we, the taxpayers, are presumably paying for. Your officers do not wear masks, as we say week after week, so who cares? Next, I'm sorry for the individual officers who were attacked and for their families. But Chief Moore, your officers have killed so many Black and brown people, and most of the time there is just no consequence for their actions. Once in a blue moon, this commission rules their actions out of policy. And when they do, Chief, you don't do anything about it. Not with Grishario Mack, not with Albert Ramon Dorsey. You talk about the stress that your people and their families are experiencing. That makes me think about all the people whose relatives were actually killed by your officers and how little expectation they have for any kind of meaningful justice, and how long the odds are that this commission will take any action, and even less likely that you'll do your end of it, and how stressful living with that knowledge must be. So I am sorry that this happened to those individuals, and I wish that you showed anywhere close to the same concern about the lives and the stress levels of the people you police. Your actions reveal a lethal double standard, no matter how serious and somber a tone you take in your report. Finally, you offered an anecdotal account of an officer you saw being very calm on Friday night, and you characterized this as the true character of LAPD. I'm wondering what makes that truer than the behavior described in the recent LA Times headline, quote, "Video shows LAPD officer shooting protester in groin at close range." On to public comment. First, I'd like to request that the LAPD spend the money needed to hire better writers for the people they have flooding the lines these days. If these folks are going to clumsily recite talking points that somebody else wrote for them, let's at least get some livelier, better crafted material for them to work with. I don't like that you don't put up commenters' names anymore. We want to know who's speaking. Let's get those back up at the top of the Zoom window. This 45-minute public comment period is unacceptable. People care deeply about these issues and they need time to talk, especially with these pro-cop plants flooding the lines. One thing that you offer again and again, Commissioner Decker, if you don't have time to speak, email your comments. I would submit that taking the time to craft a written statement and then hearing Richard T. Fink read it out loud might not be the most ideal scenario for someone who didn't get to speak to really feel like their voice got heard. Commissioner Decker, last week you forgot to have Mr. T. Fink read the comments and had to be reminded by him that you had them. The only billionaire whose last name begins with the letters S-O that people need to be concerned about is softball Steve Soboroff lobbing those big fat ones over the plate for Chief Moore. I am absolutely aghast that the civilian's voice in police affairs is 1/5 Steve Soboroff's. This commission is the worst.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Patrick P. followed by Cheryl S. Patrick, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on the chief's report, and I'd like to speak on general comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you for the report, Chief, on racial equality plan. I want to mention that LAPD is very diverse. The new class that was coming in, I believe it was posted on social media just yesterday, just shows how diverse our LAPD is. Good job, LAPD. Critical incident videos need to be released sooner. We need to have videos and as much factual evidence given to the public as soon as possible to avoid misinformation that leads to riots. Thank you, Chief Moore, for addressing how the criminal actions of a few are affecting our communities and officers. However, I feel that you need to come out unequivocally in support for our officers and the people being affected from the violence. Commissioner Soboroff asked if the defunding has affected police work. It has. Let me mention this. Shootings we learned were up, 11%? Homicides are up. Assaults on officers are up 39%. It's affecting our police. It's affecting their police work. Arrests are down 25%. That is a result of defunding. Public contact is down 11%. That is a reason because of the defunding. Firearms removed from the street are down. That is a result from the defunding. Our officers are not able to do their jobs. This is a result of pandering to the few. Our communities of color deserve better. They deserve to be protected. Defunding and no support from our elected leaders affects the criminals the way they think. Thank you. Defend the LAPD.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Cheryl S. followed by Theo DeMarco. Cheryl, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report and general comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
I support the LAPD 100%, and I support the Los Angeles Police Foundation, who has helped in so many ways. It is wrong to try to further weaken officer and public safety. Protect the foundation, please. This is literally a fight of good versus evil, not just here in Los Angeles, but all over the country. Chief Moore and the board, which side are you on? Not just today, every day. Good or evil? Other police chiefs around the country are standing behind their officers 100%. Assaults on LAPD officers have increased to 39%. Black Lives Matter is a self-admitted Marxist organization wanting to disrupt the nuclear family. Just this week, they were yet again terrorizing and vandalizing the streets in downtown LA, berating one of your Black officers, launching slurs and cursing him out. These officers should be allowed to have personal space for their own safety and dignity. It looks like you gave them goggles to protect their eyes from green lasers, which is a common tactic of BLM and Antifa. So thank you for that. When you condemn these attacks on police officers, please do not include any pandering to BLM in the name of being politically correct. BLM groups do not just want to defund or reform police. They want to abolish police, have the system overthrown, and they want a revolution. The citizens who live, work, own businesses, and have kids in schools in Los Angeles are looking to you for leadership. We do not feel safe, and we are scared about where this is heading, especially when Kamala Harris says to beware of more and more protests. I want to thank every single police officer who risks their life every day. Blessed are the peacemakers, and God bless each one of you. Defend, not defund LAPD. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Theo DeMarco, followed by Heather C. Theo, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on item 1 and make general public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
So speculative policing, like the data-informed community-focused policing program, has already been debunked as pseudoscience. It's not real. It's not an indicator of the likelihood of crime in a community. It's literally just teaching computers to be as racist and classist as cops. It's been really gross to be in this meeting and watch the commissioners and the chief tout the number of police recruits and officers of color as though the racism of LAPD and these predictive policing programs is somehow less a tool of white supremacy when the cop isn't white. This dehumanizing way that LAPD attempts to deflect from its obviously racist actions and impacts on this city by hiding behind officers of color is the same way they're trying to use these predictive policing algorithms. Cops want predictive policing programs to be a shield they can hide behind and say, how can predictive policing be racist? It's just data. And yet every single test of these tracking systems has proven that they're disproportionately targeting Black, brown, and poor communities. Because policing in this country, and especially here in LA, is racist to the core. And these tracking systems are built to continue that legacy. LAPDs say that they're only tracking people who are, quote, suspicious, but what makes people suspicious? When the iWatch system was audited last year, LAPD was tracking people as suspicious for doing things like taking a photo in public, using binoculars, drawing a map, asking a business its hours of operation. So the cops and their Karens on the neighborhood watch can basically label anybody suspicious. And when they have that kind of leeway, they're using it to target Black, brown, and poor Angelenos. The audit found that Black people were targeted in 22% of these reports, despite being only 9% of the population here in the city. And that same audit found that half of all these reports of suspicious activity in the system didn't even meet the standards and were unfounded, but LAPD hadn't thrown them out. So this commission needs to end all surveillance, spying, and infiltration of communities by LAPD because it promotes racial profiling and it's an invasion of everybody's privacy. We need to immediately end the iWatch program.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Heather C, followed by Vanessa. Heather, what items would you like to speak on?
Hi, 1, 2, and general comments, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. If anyone's wondering why the violence is on the rise against officers, it's because our chief commissioners, city council members, and mayor have not yet condemned Black Lives Matter. BLM and their followers who hate the police are empowered to commit violence acts because the chief, city council, mayor, and you commissioners have given them a seat at the table. I speak to all of you. You don't get to condemn the violence against our officers and in the same breath imply that the department needs reform or has racial inequity problems. The department is the leader in reform in the country. The LAPD does not have a racism problem. I repeat, the LAPD does not have a racism problem. And I resent this false narrative that all of you continue to perpetuate that tells otherwise. Mentioning support for LAPD and the officers is not enough. It's time to denounce BLM and defunding efforts. Shun them. I support the LA Police Foundation, and their funding is very important to the department. I also support facial recognition technology. Commissioner Kalanchi, please advocate for Metro to resume stops to help the city, your community as well, and don't worry about pushback from the cop haters. They should not be cared about or appeased. If you want to know what can be done, we can stop placating and start encouraging the community to work with the police. That does not make you a sellout. Also, you are not an elected official there to represent one area. Please remember that is your new role as a commissioner. Regarding recruitment, why is all this diversity happening now, all of a sudden in the last 3 months? What's changed and why wasn't this done before? I certainly hope the standards have not been lowered in any way to appease a portion of the public's opinion. Defend the LAPD, not defund. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Vanessa, followed by Sylvester Ani. Vanessa, what items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on the chief's report and general comments, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Good morning, Commission and Chief Moore. I am a Latina, I am a minority woman, and I am an ICU nurse. And I'm here to support the Los Angeles Police Department and to support Chief Moore and to support the men and women who tirelessly go to work despite these hostile circumstances. I have had multiple interactions with policemen in my professional setting, and they have always been positive. They have always been professional, and I've always felt safe with them around. I also want to express my disapproval of this commission's stance on the violence against police officers. When I searched your webpage, I found countless press releases discussing police reform, discussing the defunding, discussing stripping budgets and whatnot from the police officers. But I have yet to see anything publicly stated from your commission decrying the violence against policemen. I demand your commission equally decry the violence against police officers as you have done with the BLM movement and the defunding of the police department. I demand that. And I want to comment also on Commissioner Kalanchi's comments, the commissioner from the one who expressed her concerns about this neighborhood homicides and shootings. And you stated there's an increase in crime. You stated there's an increase in homicides. I don't understand how defunding and stripping funds from a police force is a means to make communities safer. I believe the funds need to be returned to the police department in order to ensure good response times, in order to ensure quality officers, and in order to ensure public safety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Sylvester Ani, followed by Summer Verano. Sylvester, what items would you like to speak on?
Hello?
Hello, what items would you like to speak on?
Yes, I'd like to speak on the chief's report, and I'd like to speak on public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Well, first I'm gonna pray for Heather because it seemed like Heather had a lot of hate on her heart, had a lot on her heart. But I want to start with a quote from Martin Luther King. He said this in 1966. He said, "When we look at the criminal responses in communities of color, they are not racial, they are environmental. Poverty, ignorance, social isolation, economic deprivation breed crime, whatever the racial group may be. And it's a torturous logic for you to use the tragic results of poverty as an argument for the continuation of it." Okay. He said this in 1966. Okay. When we, like, it's personal, but it's not personal. So it's personal from the standpoint that I care about what's going on in the city. And it's not personal where the best thing that the police can do to help the community is open up your resources to put back into the community. You know, I'm looking at our city budget, over 50% goes to LAPD, right? but 6%, 7% go to public works and parks and rec. I look at other cities where they have a much more balanced budget and less crime. You know, in Lakewood, it's 26% for the police department. It's 26% for public works. It's 26% for, you know, parks and rec. You know, in balanced budgets, it's not really personal. And I feel like a lot of people take it personal when we're talking about reallocating. Like, it's, if you care about your officers, then you would do more to prevent crime and invest in the community and building back up those communities than continuing to send them into crime-ridden, poverty-stricken communities. And that we also understand that those communities have been shaped by racist legislation of the past. And we're talking about Jim Crow laws, we're talking about black codes, we're talking about redlining that have sanctioned off these communities and deprived them economically of the resources that they need to thrive. It's about resources. If you want to keep people safe, then
Okay, thank you. Next we have Summer Verano, followed by Adam Smith. Summer, what items would you like to speak on? Summer Verano, you're on.
Your mic looks open, Summer. Now it's not. Now you're on mute. Try one more time. Madam Secretary, I think we have to move on. That reminds me that if Betty Lay is in queue, you should try her one more time. But Summer, if you don't have sound, you should try logging in again. That helps sometime.
Okay, we'll go to Adam Smith. Adam, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd love to speak on the report of the Chief of Police, public comment, the election of officers, and all other agenda items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Great. Good morning to nobody except Becky and Maria. I'd like some clarity on how people are allowed into this meeting and in what order. I raised my hand as literally soon as I was allowed into this meeting, and I have the last 2 weeks, and there are a ton of LAPD proxies speaking ahead of me. Becky, how are people being let into the meeting? If there's an agenda, you should whistle blow. Commissioner Decker, at the top of the meeting, you said if we aren't able to speak during public comment, we could submit comments via email, but you've also said if we want to give public comment via email, it has to be in by 5 p.m. the day before. So which is it? I mean, I know you actually don't give a flying fuck, but you know, at least try to be consistent. Commissioner Goldsmith, we are dealing with a reckoning, but you know, you mentioned the activists, police, and everyone else. When talking about a reckoning with regard to police violence and racism, is there anyone else worth maybe mentioning other than activists and police? Does activism against systemic racist police violence happen in a vacuum? Is there anyone else involved in that? Chief's report. Thank you, truly, thank you, Chief Moore, for bringing up core values and for bringing up the stress of families. This morning, I'm thinking about the stress of the families of Eric Rivera. I'm thinking about the stress of the family of Charlie Africa. I'm thinking about the stress of the family of Victor Valencia. I'm thinking about the stress of the family of Christian Escobedo. I'm thinking about the core values and the family stress of the family of Waukesha Wilson. I'm thinking about the diversity of hiring and the family stress enacted by Eden Medina, who, as a Latinx officer, murdered both Omar Gonzalez and Jesse Romero in the same 11-day period, and he's still working. I'm thinking about the family stress of Brian Rodriguez. I'm thinking of the family stress of Brendan Glenn and his small child. I'm thinking of the family stress of Daniel Perez's family. Daniel was 16, if I remember correctly. I'm thinking of the stress of the family of Grishario Mack. I'm thinking of the stress of the family of Kenny Watkins. The stress of the family of Daniel Hernandez, of the family of Keith Bursey, of Albert Ramon Dorsey, of Riddell Jones, of Melly Corrado, of Alex Flores, of Santino Trevino, of Elizabeth Tollison. You're full of shit.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Sil Dell.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
1 and general comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. First off, a lot of them are correct. The blame goes to our mayor, city council members, which I know representatives are sitting in the weekly meetings, even though I can attend their meetings and I'm blocked from speaking, they can hear me at this meeting. I support LAPD. I support every officer, city employees, the LAPD families, and this is getting ridiculous. We cannot accept all this danger, all the crime, all the stuff that's going on in our cities. Yes, we are afraid, we're scared, but we still support LAPD. And yes, there's a lot of divisions out there that are doing Officer Appreciation Day to show support for our officers, the wives, the children. It doesn't matter. They're all important. Please make sure we do not fund LAPD. This is getting ridiculous. I support Chief Moore. He's amazing. And so is every one of our officers. Please stay safe, stay healthy, and stop all this crap that's going on with City Council and the mayor. I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It looks as though Sil Dell dropped off, so we'll go to Summer Verano once more, followed by Cicely.
And those will be our last speakers, Madam Secretary.
Okay. Summer, what items would you like to speak on? Summer, you're on.
If Summer system's not working, we'll need to move on to our last speaker.
Okay, so our last speaker, Cicely.
Hi, I'd like to speak on item 4A, item 2, and general comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm also deeply distressed. First of all, when I hear all of your victim mentality, that all of this violence and oppression is affecting you. You gave such a bulk of time of this meeting to discussing how hard this is for you and your officers. I've never heard remotely a fraction of this time given to the people you've murdered, who Adam mentioned so eloquently. Second, I'm a teacher in the Los Angeles public school system, and my children are terrified of you. What you call youth services amounts to helicopters circling schools, and each of them run inside saying, oh, we gotta run inside so we don't get murdered. This is a culture you created. And you have the audacity to come in here and encourage people to apply for your training that further inculcates all people. I don't care if they're women, if people in color, but you inculcate all people into this racist system that only perpetuates the violence in this city. Yes, that's right, crime is because of you, because you're funding the wrong end of the system. You're not funding our communities. I'd like you to end all surveillance, spying, and infiltration of communities, because we know this promotes racial profiling and is an invasion of our privacy. Immediately end the I Watch, See Something, Say Something program and the suspicious activity reporting program. Ban the use of facial recognition software and technology, and release all details regarding the past and current use of it. Immediately end the 45-minute limit imposed on public comment. I also came into this meeting and raised my hand at like 9:29. How am I speaking? Or yeah, that's right. How am I speaking an hour and a half later after all of these people and almost didn't get a chance to speak, which means there are umpteen people behind me likely saying the same things, likely seeing the same things. Open it up so that everyone in this city, a city that does not look like your board, by the way, so that everyone has an opportunity to speak openly and freely. Finally, the potential conflicts of interest of Commissioner Kalanchi must be reviewed before she can become an officer. This is just typical, par for the course, but it's not okay. If you want to have any kind of respect, like the respect you claim to demand, you must earn it. And day in and day out, when I walk down these streets and exactly see your officers without masks on, see them pointing huge guns at people, that does not, you hear that? Yep, same old thing. That does not earn our respect. Defund the LAPD. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Tiefenk, could you summarize the written public comment received by the commission, please?
Yes, commissioners. We received approximately 268 total emails, and I'll summarize them in groups. The first group is 2 comments were received with these general comments. I would like to say that I am horrified with LAPD's brutalization of protesters. You need to defund immediately, and that money needs to be reallocated into the very communities that you were over-policing and terrorizing. I would also like to go on record saying that your treatment of unhoused people in Los Angeles is inhumane. Throwing away their possessions and tents and claiming that you are cleaning the streets is revolting. Where are they supposed to go? How are you going to address your officers sexually assaulting people while doing illegal pat-downs? Will you require officers to actually turn on their body cameras to hold them accountable? We demand that you strip your department of the extreme excesses immediately. Abolish LAPD. We do not feel safe with you in the city of Los Angeles. The next one was 18 comments. Please restore the public comment period during the police commission meetings to allow any member of the public to speak rather than limiting it to 45 minutes. The next series was 24 comments. Immediately end all surveillance and spying that promotes racial profiling. In the I Watch, See Something, Say Something program and the Suspicious Activity Reporting program. Ban the use of facial recognition software and release details regarding the past and current use of it. End the 45-minute limit imposed on the public comment in these meetings. Everyone should have an opportunity to speak. The next 25 comments. I want to express my support for the LA Police Foundation. The donations they provide to the LAPD are critical to ensuring officer and public safety, particularly as the department feels the impact of a $150 million cut to its budget. The Los Angeles Police Foundation has stepped countless times when the city resources fell short. From clearing the rape kit backlog more than a decade ago to purchasing the first set of body-worn video cameras, to paying for officers to attend implicit bias training, to feeding thousands of officers when everything was closed at the beginning of the pandemic. Their support of the LAPD is more important than ever. The next was 197 comments, and these came in various formats, and I will again read one. Dear Commissioners, as a member of the San Pedro community, I am alarmed by what is happening to our city. Chief Moore's weekly crime statistics show that homicides in our city of Angels have increased almost 15% this year. This most violent crime is on the rise in our community. While community leaders and our elected officials are giving in to the uninformed demands of defund the police without doing any assessment on how this defunding is resulting in real harms to our community. And the crime statistics show the attacks on police officers have gone up dramatically, nearly 40%. This is a dangerous trend of violently attacking and attempting to murder law enforcement officers happening across this country and now in our very own community, with 2 unprovoked shootings at LAPD officers on Saturday, one here at the Harbor Community Police Station. Los Angeles leadership has taken a step back while rioters have taken over the message of protesting for social equity and instead promote messages of hate and actions of violence against police officers. This commission, Mayor Garcetti, and our regional elected leadership need to come together and strongly condemn these acts of violence upon our peace officers. Serious action needs to be taken to stop violent crime in the city before we allow the killings, shootings, and assaults to become the new normal in Los Angeles. And the last item, 6 of these comments. In light of Chief Moore's upcoming performance review, I would entrust you to listen to voter constituents and fire Chief Moore. He has proven to be racist and uncaring towards the citizens he is sworn to protect. And that concludes the summary of the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefank. Thank you to everyone who called in today and presented, and those of you who wrote in. Just for your information, the Zoom system puts you in order and the board secretary takes you in the order that is presented. We will now proceed with our agenda, the other items on our agenda, moving to item 3, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. We're now on item number 3 of today's agenda, election of officers. Are there any nominations for the office of Commission President?
And to all commissioners, for this portion of our agenda, can you all open your mics? And so that you can freely speak or not, all microphones open. Thank you.
I'd like to nominate Eileen Decker as president of the Los Angeles Police Commission for another year.
I second that nomination. Yeah. Are there any other nominations? Okay, nominations are closed. We will now take a roll call vote on this item. Commissioner Decker? Commissioner Goldsmith? Aye. Commissioner Bonner?
Aye.
Commissioner Calanche? Aye. Commissioner Sobroff?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Commission President Decker.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And should I take over the nominations for the Vice President?
Yes, please.
Okay, very well. Commissioners, if you could open your microphones again. I'd like to take nominations for the position of Vice President. And if I may be so bold as to put a motion on the table, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Goldsmith. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any other nominations, please? Seeing no other nominations, we'll take a vote. Madam Secretary, would you take the roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Decker?
Yes.
Commissioner Goldsmith? Commissioner Bonner?
Yes.
Commissioner Calanche? Yes. Commissioner Sobroff?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Vice President Goldsmith.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board. We're going to proceed on today's agenda. We do have a number of very important items, and given these sobering times, I think we should get on to our business at hand. So I will move on to the regular agenda. Item 4A. Madam Secretary, if you could first call up the members of the department, I believe Captain Chris Waters, and perhaps Ms. Ann Tremblay will be joining us today on behalf of the department to first present on the youth diversion programs, and we will also then have a number of community organizations come speak. And I see that they have both joined. We will put a timer on all presentations today for the department. We will put this on 30 minutes. Ms. Tremblay, I see you're here as well. Please open your mic, or I assume you've created an order for the presentation. So I'm going to turn this over first to the department for the presentation. And once the department is done, we will call up the organizations, community-based organizations who are also presenting. Welcome to you all. We look forward to hearing your comments today. Captain Waters.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Police Commissioners, and congratulations to you, Commissioner Decker, as well as Commissioner Goldsmith. I'm Captain Chris Waters, Commanding Officer of Juvenile Division, and with me this morning is my commander, Ann Clark, Assistant Commanding Officer of Detective Bureau, as well as Lieutenant Carrie Potter, Officer in Charge of Juvenile Abuse Child Section. As we know, studies have shown that preventive interventions for juveniles can decrease the number of crimes, the number of reoccurrences of crime, recidivism, and provide a juvenile a second chance at not getting into criminal lifestyle or system. The Juvenile Arrest Diversion Program is one such program. The department's Juvenile Diversion Program started as a pilot program in Operation South Bureau in 2013. Between 2013 and 2015, OSB diverted 276 youth. The department, I am proud to say and advise as of today that all 21 of their 21 geographic areas have now implemented juvenile diversion. Central Division being the final one, and they partnered with Hollenbeck PALS to facilitate any diversion cases that occur within Central area. The department is currently working with 5 separate community-based organizers, CBOs, and the 6th was recently identified. In 2019, a database for tracking juvenile diversion was established for use by department personnel. The activation of the database allowed for oversight of juvenile diversion cases along with tracking juvenile arrests. The quality of data is reliant on the input by each geographic area, as this is a self-reporting system. Juvenile diversion, while some areas did provide data for 2018, the 2018 data noted is not a complete reflection of the department's efforts in 2018. Between 2013 and 2017, 11 geographic areas had implemented juvenile diversion. In 2018, 4 additional areas were brought on board. We discovered that multiple limitations came from the database as juvenile diversion has been exposed. For example, the decision to not divert an apparent eligible youth is by department policy at the discretion of the watch commander or juvenile coordinator based on the present factors. The database as it is does not provide for an explanation by the watch commander or juvenile coordinator when an apparent otherwise eligible youth is not diverted. The tracking of this matrix and other specificities, exact ages, grouping and sorting features of the database will be added for improved and more comprehensive data collection. Juvenile Division is currently working with Application Development and Support Division to address the limitations of this juvenile diversion database. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Carrie Potter to discuss the numbers.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore. The data that we collected was in direct reference to several questions that were asked by the Commission regarding our juvenile diversion program. Before I get into those specific questions, though, I would like to address that since LAPD has implemented juvenile diversion and that we've been more consistently tracking the numbers since 2016, for each year that we've added more divisions online with youth diversion, the number of referrals continues to rise and the number of arrests continues to go down. And those aren't exact numbers based on the diversion and the arrests being equal. We're seeing arrests go down more than just the number of diverted youth, which is very encouraging overall for the program. So one of the first questions asked was to quantify the total youth arrested and what types of crimes they're arrested for. To undertake that, we broke down the youth arrests into part one, the part one categories, violent crime, as well as property crime, and then the part two crimes. So when we look at those numbers, the majority of our juvenile arrests fall under the part two crime category, which is going to be 49% of the arrests in total. And the largest number of those are simple assaults. When we look at Part 1 crimes, and again, I'm talking about all arrests, these crimes wouldn't be eligible for diversion. 31%, 31.7% of the youth arrested by the police department are arrested for Part 1 crimes that include homicide, rape, robbery, that would not be eligible for diversion. And the last category, the Part 1 property crimes, accounts for 19.2% of all the youth arrested. So commissioners, I don't know if you want me to pause and you ask questions about each category, or if you want me to continue on with the questions. Go ahead, Commissioner.
All right, please proceed, and we'll get to
Okay.
questions at the end. Thank you.
Okay. The next question presented was the percentage of youth being arrested, the eligible offenses that fall within state law. And all the youth, the LAPD juvenile diversion program mirrors state law. There isn't anything in our program that is contradictory to state law. So when we look at the total number of juveniles arrested, 4,278, 61% of those are eligible for diversion. Not every one of those is diverted. When we look at breaking them down again into the Part 1 and Part 2 crimes, of those eligible, 570 or approximately 13% fall into the Part 1 category, which would essentially be the property crimes. And the majority, 47%, over 2,000 of the arrests fall into the Part 2 crime categories. The next question that we addressed was the offenses of the youth that are being diverted. And when we looked at that category, we found actually that in some cases we diverted more juveniles than our policy approves. There were approximately 126 juveniles diverted to community-based service providers that shouldn't have been based on the type of crime they were involved in. However, again, going back to the Part 2 crimes, the majority of the cases diverted, over 200, were for simple assault type crimes. The next question we addressed had to do with the juveniles being diverted and a breakdown based on ethnicity and sex of those juveniles. In the report, we provided the commission with a chart breaking down each category of all of the eligible youth who were diverted, that number being 663. 445 were males, 218 were females, and the ethnic breakdown was 433 Hispanic, 170 Black, 31 white, 23 other, and 6 Asian. And then the chart that we provided further breaks it down by sex. And the last question that we addressed, well, the last question that was posed that we discovered our shortcomings in our database of when youth were eligible and not diverted, what were the reasons? And we couldn't quantify that sufficiently. That is what we're going to work on moving forward in training and making upgrades to our database, our tracking, to be able to capture that information consistently throughout all of our areas. So that concludes the data that we collected. for those questions. If anyone has any questions for me.
I think the procedure we're going to follow is we'll now turn to Ms. Tremblay, get any statement she wants to make, and then we will call the community organizations up and then take questions for the department and others who are presenting today. If you could bear with us then. Ms. Tremblay?
Good morning. Thank you, Commission President Decker, Vice President Goldsmith, and your fellow commissioners for the opportunity to provide an update on our youth diversion work here in Mayor Garcetti's office. I'm here with my colleague, Elizabeth Lopez. She's a GRID Regional Program Coordinator. Liz and another program coordinator, Paula Afanador, lead our Mayor's Office work on youth diversion. As noted by our colleagues in LAPD, there is juvenile diversion now in 21 different divisions. Some of that's funded by us through state grant funding, some by the county, and some is unfunded. Those unfunded locations, the community-based providers have leveraged other funding from other resources to provide those services. In 2019, the county started funding some LAPD areas by funding service providers, and the county, to my understanding, is also looking at funding additional areas of LAPD through both a state grant that the department and the mayor's office supported their application for a state grant, as well as other funding that they have. So we're looking forward to a time where all these service providers will be funded through government resources in order to provide these services. While we appreciate all the work that so many of them have done to leverage other resources to provide these services. So for the Mayor's Grid Office, last year we were awarded 2 state of California grants for youth diversion services. Those were for Southeast, Hollenbeck, and Rampart areas. Community-based providers were selected through a competitive bidding process. We were slowed down a little bit by the COVID-19 state of emergency, but I'm pleased to report that those selected providers, those contracts are now being finalized, and we're looking forward to services beginning in the next month or so. The Grid Office and the department are also now working collaboratively with the Los Angeles County Office of Youth Diversion and Development to formalize agreements and look at oversight of the youth diversion efforts, regardless of the funding source. Together, we want to develop uniform data collection and reporting protocols to ensure effective service delivery and consistent reporting of the outcomes for the work that the providers will bring to these youth and their families. We all want to do all of this while maintaining the privacy and confidentiality of the services provided to those youth and families. As I've reported to the commission in the past, the Mayor's Grid Office maintains a robust data research and evaluation infrastructure, and that's done in collaboration with Dr. Denise Hurst at Cal State Los Angeles. And this infrastructure will be applied to these 3 state grant funded sites that GRID will be overseeing. The GRID systems will serve as a model for regular and aggregated reporting of youth diversion services, both process, demographic, and outcome data. The data and research will be used to continuously improve the services implemented by the providers and to support any expansion of youth diversion by the department. I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth Lopez now for a few more details regarding the city-funded youth diversion program.
Hello, good morning. So a primary goal of our youth diversion program is to connect youth that are referred in lieu of arrest to community-based case management, trauma-informed support services. This will be done via a comprehensive referral and timely assessment process where our diversion contractors will connect with and address youth and family assets from a strength-based approach. This will include the implementation of a service model that is anchored in social and emotional learning to best support positive youth development. While addressing these behaviors, reason for referral, and goals of participants and families, our contractors will support the improvement of youth social and emotional well-being and other protective factors and characteristics for youth as a strategy towards reducing further involvement in the justice system. These tailored and intentional pathways of service delivery underlie the optimum quality of life this program aims to achieve for all youth, focusing on the development of skills connected to lifelong learning and personal success. Our contractors will implement GRID's youth diversion model to frame services while incorporating programming and services deemed essential for each participant, which can range from restorative justice practices or circles to culturally competent and aware activities. Based on our data analysis and overview, we believe that our contractors will be able to serve all eligible youth. And with that, Ann and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you all very much for the presentations, and my apologies for not introducing all of you. I only was aware that Captain Waters and Ms. Tremblay were coming today, but we definitely benefited from having all of you come and present. If you could stand by, we're going to call up the community organizations for their presentations. And Madam Secretary, I've been advised, they too have been told they'll have a collective amount of time of 30 minutes to present. I assume they have divided their time. And if I could ask you all to stand by for questions at the conclusion of all the presentations. Thank you. And Madam Secretary, we'll give you a moment to call up the different groups who are joining us. Sentinella Youth Services, California Conference for Equity and Justice, Children's Defense Fund, Coalition for Engaged Education, New Earth and the Youth Justice Coalition. And I believe those are the organizations who are presenting today, Madam Secretary.
And you might also look under Terry Robinson, who's from Sentinel Youth Services. I don't know if you saw that, or Millie Kakani from Children's Defense Fund.
Sure, give us a moment.
Thank you.
It just takes a moment so we can hear you. I'm not sure if you plan to turn your camera on. That's your choice, of course. So we have Youth Justice Coalition, Terry Robinson, and Madam Secretary, there are others in queue as well.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the name on who was the representative for Children's Defense Fund?
It would be Millie Kakani. And I'll get the other two. There's two from New Earth. It should be Excellent with an X, I think.
Okay.
And also someone Mame, M-A-M-E.
Okay, I can't seem to find Maine.
Nothing under New Earth either.
No.
So I tell you what, we have a number of representatives. We have.
Oh, sorry, it's Marnie. I just had it spelled wrong. M-A-R-N-I. Sorry about that.
I got it. Thank you.
And then there should be someone Jazara, J-A-H-Z-A-R-A.
Okay, got that one as well. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I think, do we now have everyone?
That should be everyone. I don't see anyone yet from Anti-Recidivism Coalition or CCEJ, but if they text me, I'll make sure and let you know.
Please do. Thank you so much. So I've been told, you've been advised there's 30 minutes on the clock and you've determined how you're going to divide that up. So I will let you do your presentation. And thank you all very much for attending today, for coming. We know you're all very busy, working very hard in the community, but we do appreciate you coming and sharing your presentation and your perspective on what is happening on the ground. We very much appreciate it. So thank you, and please proceed when you're ready.
And just one last tech question before we start. There's slides that we sent. Can those be up too?
Very well. Madam Secretary, do you have them?
Yes, I do.
If you could, do you want us to share them from the beginning?
Yes, that would be great. And I can tell you when to put the next slide on. Thank you so much.
That's perfect. Okay, Madam Secretary, can you pull up the slides? And then whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chief Moore, commissioners and staff. My name is Kim McGill. I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. We appreciate Mr. T-Fank and Shane Goldsmith, as well as the tech staff, for making this happen today and giving the community the opportunity to present on youth diversion. I'm just going to give a little bit of background about youth diversion at the county level that has also impacted and expanded at the city level, and then hand it over to our presenters. From 2017 to 2018, several community organizations and county agencies worked to create youth diversion and development and divert as many as 8,000 to 11,000 youth each year away from arrest in Los Angeles County. It was an incredible report that was put together and highlighted not only the ways that we could do it with young people that were eligible under state law, but also specific recommendations for how we could move state law to make it diversion more possible for 707B offenses. But from April 2019 to March 2020, only 278 youth were diverted countywide. The programs are in place. The programs are healthy and robust and comprehensive, yet law enforcement still is not using the programs in the ways that they had originally agreed to. This year, LA County will spend $815,000 for one youth over 1 year in a probation camp, and nearly $600,000 for one youth in a juvenile hall. By comparison, programs to divert youth from arrest and connect them to school and youth development resources cost only $4,000 per youth. We came to the LAPD Commission today to increase diversion numbers as well as the program's effectiveness. And you can go to the next slide and I'll introduce briefly the panelists. Today, we will hear from several community organizations engaged in diversion. First, New Earth and the California, and I'm not sure if CCEJ is on, so I'll say first New Earth and Sentinel Youth Services, who are contracted providers with the county's Youth Diversion and Development Program, and CYS also works with the LAPD. They will all speak about how they define diversion and its importance, their diversion models, process and programs, and an example of one young person's experience. And then when they're finished, I'll introduce the next folks. So you can go to the next slide and we can have CYS and New Earth start. Thank you all so much.
I can start. Hi, I'm Marnie Boehm from New Earth. I'm the director of clinical program there. So we want to talk a little bit about kind of what diversion is, how we define diversion. We look at our diversion program follows a trauma-informed care. We not only look at what the youth did and that behavior, but we also work with the youth to look at why and where that behavior come from and to work together on addressing it at the root in order to create a real change. We also look at diversion as a wraparound, wrapping around the youth, the family, and the community. It's not just the youth it's the youth in the environment, so we work with them and their family to build up the community. Instead of the traditional time out and isolation that the system usually brings, we look at it as time in with support and mentorship and community. We had asked a couple of our youth, I have one of our youth here, so he'll go in a second, but we had asked a couple of our youth to talk about diversion in their own words. So I wanted to read something that one had written because I think it's a good description of kind of one system and then diversion. So he wrote, "When I got arrested, I felt like my whole life was over. The feeling of hopelessness didn't go away from me. I hadn't learned from my actions like everyone said to. I just learned to hate the world even more." After the program, he said, "It's not just the lessons and dope classes they offered us. It was the support and guidance and love. I had this sad, harsh way of looking at life, a way that made me feel so alone. But now I see more love and light in my life." I think that just really describes for us the big goal of diversion is to give more opportunities, a shift in perspective, and hope. Our diversion program, just kind of the model is we do have individual case managers that work with each client, and they work with them on creating their own treatment plan, what their goals are, addressing kind of why they first came into the program, really providing tons of resources and referrals for them and their family, like a real wraparound model. We also have diversion classes, which is a holistic approach to teaching young people life skills. Students are exposed to alternate ways of healing modalities, as well as challenged to explore identity, race, and culture. Students learn about their own negative mental attitudes and how to transform their perspectives in order to heal and change outcomes in their lives. And then along with the diversion classes, we also offer enrichment classes, which include our flow program, which is spoken word, poetry, and music class. We have boxing for them, yoga, gardening, and more. It's really just the idea of putting as many resources and services for them to find something that, you know, sparks their interest and can engage them. I want to introduce Exelin, who's here. He is one of our graduates, and he can share kind of his experience in the program.
Thank you, Marnie. My name is Exelin, as you know. My experience with New Earth was just a very enlightening and eye-opening experience. Going into New Earth, I was very, I want to say tunnel vision in just a child's mentality, just living life as freely as I can, doing whatever I can, doing whatever I want, even bad, illegal, anything. And just going into New Earth, the mindset was a fixed mindset on just anything I could do, anything I can get my hands on is basically mine. So, and that was just my childish mentality. And going into it, and my first day into it, one of my caseworkers, Eric, I call him my uncle now, and he's just because he's just so, you can feel the love and it's care in the diversion program, and being in there is it's just, it feels like your own family type. Like I wasn't in like physical classes, and I wasn't going exactly to New Earth and this, that, and the third, but being on a Zoom call with them is like let's say it's Monday and it's like, dang, I gotta go on a Zoom call. Like, okay, let me see what's up with these people. Let me see what I could learn. Let me pull out my notebook. Let me take notes. And that was just the regular classes. And with enrichment classes, that was just the most enlightening thing, because me as a creative soul, their classes are amazing. And especially in the enrichment classes, it's one of them I took was, I think it was a free writing class. And as an aspiring artist, it taught me the core work of exactly what I need to write, the core work of what does this mean? Why do I write like this? Why do I this, like that, and the third? And it was just such an amazing, enlightening experience that I can actually learn from, and knowing that I still have a journey ahead of me, and I still have this, that, and the third. And I actually wrote to one of my caseworkers, Eric, and I'm gonna read that real quick. I might be on my camera might be off, but you know, it's the same thing to me. But let me see right here. It was, hey, Eric, these past couple months in this program have been absolutely amazing for me. Even though I might not have gotten the full experience in a sit-down class, the energy is there. I was wondering that after I'm done with the class, that maybe I can volunteer or maybe even be a mentor of sorts. This program does so much for young adults transferring into adulthood. And if I can contribute to strengthening Black or any race success, then by all means, man, I want to be able to turn dreams into reality, and not only for myself, but for the people under me, next to me, and above. It's fucking amazing, man, that part. And that message that I sent was just straight from the heart, because that's, as a conscious Black man, this is the program that a lot of people need. And I could walk down the street where I live and I don't have the same mindset as other people, but I can see myself in people like, oh yeah, I used to think like that. I used to think sharp without really thinking about it, this, that, and the third. And it's just something like this needs to be incorporated in a lot more regions and a lot more areas, because it's not just, I went to school in Culver City, and part of my French, but like, I see a lot of rich white kids, and I don't feel like it should be just for rich white kids and in areas of rich white kids, this, that, and the third. And I think it needs to be incorporated in a lot more places, because the benefit that it did for me is enlightening. And now I feel like I can go on and learn more, observe more, and absorb more in the life that we live. And it's not coming out of a adolescent's point of view. Life is crazy. Like, and you're over here believing in Santa Claus and this, that, and the third, and just a snap of a finger, it's all gone, and bills come, this, that, and the third. And it's something that it should be taught instead of experienced, and it should be understood. It should be sat down and understood about, because it's not something that you can just absorb off of a flick of a hat. It's something that people need to teach you, and somebody that went through it, somebody that understands it, can help you with it. Because yeah, that's simple. That's how I learned. I don't know. Some people are hard-headed. My grandma called me hard-headed, so some people learn that way. But I think it should be incorporated in a lot more ways. And yeah, thank you for having me speak.
Thank you so much, Marnie, and excellent. We really appreciate it. It was incredible. You could go to the next slide. And next up, we're going to hear from Sentinel Youth Services. Terry Robinson is on.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Director Tefenk and the Police Commission for the opportunity to discuss the importance of diversion. I'm Terry Robinson with Centinela Youth Services, and I'll start with how Centinela Youth Services, or CYS, defines diversion. CYS defines diversion as services that prevent a youth's case from proceeding to what would be called the next legal step. Examples would be pre-booking diversion that interrupts the arrest process, and services are given to the youth and family to address the root causes and provide meaningful accountability for their behavior. And if completed successfully, there's no arrest record and nothing that would show up on a future background check. At CYS, we believe that if services do not prevent the next legal step that would otherwise would have happened, then it is truly not considered diversion. So why is diversion important? At one time or another, like you just heard, all kids engage in risky behaviors. Most are not arrested, but arrest is often a common experience for youth of color. And because only a minority of youth will ever be arrested a second time and never become repeat offenders in adulthood, a strong argument can be made for having a way to avoid formal processing of youth through the juvenile justice system. Also, a lack of appropriate community-based treatments and services to address youth-specific needs plays a big role in their contact with law enforcement. As a result, many youth in our communities become unnecessarily entangled in the juvenile justice system. Now, CYS's diversion model works this way. The centerpiece is our restorative justice program called VORS. It is a nationally recognized evidence-based model where the person harmed and the youth who caused the harm sit down in a discussion in order to make things right. Our trained volunteer mediators are members of the community and so also have a large stake in the process. The goals of our restorative justice diversion programs are to provide services to decrease rates of recidivism, decrease the number of youth held in detention facilities, improve response of victims of crime, allowing youth and families to have a say in what services will be most helpful, providing more appropriate treatments at the community level, reducing a stigma associated with formal juvenile justice system involvement, and increasing family participation. So a quick success story. Ramon is a 17-year-old high school senior and resident of South LA. He would move the world to make his mom proud. And with 3 older brothers and a sister, he saw how hard his mom had to work just to keep food on the table. His father, who lived in Mexico but could not support the family, so Ramon took a part-time job to help his family out, but his part-time job didn't meet the need, and bad influences gave him a plan to make quick money. With so much of his family's hopes upon his shoulders, Ramon got desperate. Detained for burglary, Ramon was afraid that he would lose both his family and his future. He recalled climbing onto the roof of the church to avoid the cops, the sound of the helicopter and the handcuffs. When he was brought into the station, he told detectives, "I only wanted to make money." Now he was scared and alone. Well, Centinela Youth Services diversion program marked a turning point in his life. By participating in intensive case management, Ramon received therapeutic mentorship to help him gain insight into his behavior and express his role within his family in a positive way. Now his mother and siblings work as a team, using CYS resources to help him meet his educational and financial goals. Centinela Youth Services has helped Ramon to take meaningful steps to change his life. He's achieved a 3.6 GPA in high school, and he has a new part-time job. As a result of completing the diversion program, Ramon can continue to make his family proud without the difficulties that come from having an arrest on his record. Finally, To improve diversion, we would encourage LAPD divisions to work closely with their diversion partners and be transparent with data. Look together at arrest data that may show racial disparities in arrests versus diversion, and work together to put proactive solutions in place for the community in your division to reduce those disparities. Share data on where most calls are coming from for youth in your division, so more proactive preventative solutions can be devised to prevent youth crimes and arrests in the first place. I would also encourage law enforcement to train its members on how to expand partnerships with effective CBOs and offer youth programs as successful alternatives to arrest. LAPD could benefit more from community expertise by partnering with expert community trainers to identify more opportunities for diversion, understand youth development, and to create a system to enroll youth in community programs as a rule, effectively turning to arrest only as a very last resort. So in closing, I'd like to thank the Commission for your time and attention in seeking the community's input on diversion and police reform, and we look forward to your replies to all of our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Terry, and for everyone at Sentinel Youth Services. You can go to the next slide. The next two people that are going to be speaking are Dave Dodson and Jazara Halliday from the Youth Justice Coalition. This is a program that's using diversion outside of a contract, but still operates diversion both with community directly without going through law enforcement, with families, schools, businesses, as well as when we can with law enforcement directly. So I'll turn it over to Jazara first, who's going to explain her experiences going through the traditional diversion program that's run by the county through, and she had an experience with LAPD.
Good afternoon. My name is Jazara Holiday, and my experience with the police it helped me, but they didn't help me. My school helped me. I had got into it and got into some trouble with the police, and I was put on probation they dragged it for about a year, might as well say. And I was supposed to be sent to counseling. They were sending me everywhere. Nobody would counsel me. My school counseled me. I was being sent everywhere for community service, but I couldn't stay nowhere. My school let me do community service. I completed my community service and I stayed there. My school helped me with everything. So as far as y'all putting youth in the probation system that long for minor things and to just be dragging it along, like I don't have a life ahead of me. Like I don't want to do things. I understand I did what I did and consequences and whatever, but at the same time, y'all like I don't know. And then recently, after I got off probation, I got into something else. And well, it wasn't our fault. My friend, a grown man, had hit her, and she hit him back, and the police came and they treated us like we was just like they was doing the most. Like y'all be coming 5 and 6 and 7 deep for one person, 2 people. That's not cool. And I'm a kid at that. I'm steady asking to call my mama. Y'all don't let nobody call their mama and nothing. I'm not even in the wrong and she not in the wrong. And they just had us standing outside. Then they told us that we wasn't being detained, but y'all took us down to the station and had us sitting at the station. Y'all said we had to talk to detectives. When we got there, y'all said it was no detectives. Y'all be giving people to run around. Y'all don't want to let nobody call their mama. Once again, my school helped me. My school came and got me. And yeah, so I just feel like y'all say y'all got all these resources, but when it really come down to it, when stuff really do happen, y'all don't have these resources. At least not for me, I didn't. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Jazara. And just a real quick follow-up on that too. It ended up that Jazara's friend was threatened with being charged. They were on the bus and this gentleman approached them sexually and physically and then eventually struck at them. And one thing that her friend added to that was that when going through the diversion program, which we were able to push them to get into diversion, there wasn't as much of an opportunity for them to get justice if they didn't feel like they were the responsible party and they wanted to see the adult held responsible. So I just wanted to add that real quickly. I'm going to hand it over now to Dave, who's at the school that Jazara spoke about, Free LA High School, as the peace builder or intervention worker there.
And just for timing, there's about 10 minutes left, okay?
Okay, thank you, Jazara. I just want to talk about the diversion thing for youth and the alternatives to incarceration that we provide. My name is Dave Dodson, and I'm a peace builder at Free LA High School. Peace building means creating and maintaining a peaceful environment in the absence of law enforcement. At Free LA High School, also known as CHUCOs, peace building means providing a safe school space and for the students, which includes providing safe passage to and from school, resolving neighborhood issues, school counseling, social and emotional wellness support, therapy, court support, all in a space that is weapons-free and cop-free and free from violence and negativity. CHUCOs also provides a home base for over 30 community group organizations. We offer help for over 15,000 people each year. We provide legal clinics, community service, drug and alcohol and domestic abuse counseling, and gang intervention groups that have made a huge difference in the community by making and keeping peace between rival Black gangs and Black and brown gangs alike. And when I was in school, LAPD were in charge, and their aggressive and dehumanizing tactics and the atmosphere that they promoted led to a distrust and a contempt of cops early on in life. And due to the school to jail track that existed in the schools that I attended, and that continuously fed this monster of a system that got fat off of Black and brown youth like myself. And for the most part, officers don't live or spend time in our communities. They're unfamiliar with the citizens and with the issues that we face. Peace builders are from these areas, are from the communities, and are familiar with the residents. And that makes them the threat of death or harm is lessened because we are unarmed and we're there to help and to listen. So I just want to ask you guys to kind of consider the diversion thing, because it sounds like the thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dave and Jazara. And you can go to the next slide. We're going to hear from two more people, hopefully, and then do a quick summary. Next up is Millie Kakani from the Children's Defense Fund, and she's going to be talking about the need to take the probation's diversion program for citations that LAPD is also probably utilizing and eliminate it and create a real diversion program.
Hi, I'm Millie Kakani with Children's Defense Fund California. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak. I initially intended to spend the entirety of my time discussing probation citation diversion program, a program that many LAPD officers divert young people to, a program that is truly the antithesis of accountability, transparency, youth development, and even accessibility. This program is housed and run out of a single room in Van Nuys, where young people from all over Los Angeles are expected to travel to if issued a citation for any number of divertible offenses. Suppose a young person receives such a citation in middle school and they fail to appear in that room during the requisite period of time. A hold on their ability to obtain their license is issued, or a suspension of the validity of their license should they have one. Many of my clients were 21 or 22 before they realized that a citation for middle school or high school resulted in this hold. The one that then resulted in a misdemeanor for driving on a suspended license, the one that resulted in an inability to drive to work and provide for their families, the one that resulted in an inability to drive to school to pursue higher education, the one that restricted their ability to live out of a car during a pandemic that rendered them homeless. And when my client did appear, the hearing officer that runs this room never asked my client what they needed, how they struggled, what would have felt supportive, what would strengthen them instead of weaken them. And this program doesn't collect data, track outcomes, investigate racial disparities, or consider where young people live and what they're cited for. And frankly, I found myself thinking the exact same thing when reading about LAPD's juvenile arrest diversion program. The definition of a quality CBO really struck me. A young person is defined as an offender before even being adjudicated for committing an offense. The goal is to provide services to prevent the youth from further involvement in crime in the justice system, not to develop a young person, strengthen their connections to their community, give them the tools to succeed. And frankly, citation diversion clearly doesn't fit the bill, even with this definition. The database used to collect data for JADP is based on self-reporting, and when 80% of diversion-eligible youth are arrested instead of diverted without any accounting for why, it's hard not to question the accountability, transparency, and commitment to youth development. I say all this to remind you, in case it already isn't apparent, communities don't trust law enforcement, and if we're looking to change outcomes for young people, law enforcement cannot lead the charge in diversion. And the County of Los Angeles has already addressed this by creating the Division of Youth Diversion and Development, YDD, a division that tracks its data rooted in demographics, race disparity, equity, the list goes on. And it's a division that's committed to youth development, a division separate from law enforcement. Ultimately, it's quite a simple reform effort. Let YDD handle diversion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Millie. You can go to the next slide. And the last person, if you can find him, is Ray Zacarias from the Coalition for Engaged Education. That should be Zackarias.
Madam Secretary, if you're bringing someone up from the public forum, can you put a stop on the clock?
Okay. Alrighty.
Thank you.
Yeah, so a little bit about our history. We are the Coalition for Engaged Education. We've 16 years experience working with youth within the juvenile justice system and the camps. We have found that by working with them from the inside out, we've increased the odds of their success. We define diversion as any opportunity to keep our youth out of the justice system, to allow them a chance to have support to make corrections through supportive services from agencies like ourselves. Once a youth is placed in the justice system, it increases chances of more involvement with higher risk behavior, and those incarcerated don't come out the same. We provide mobile intensive case management, peer counseling, mentoring, life skills, job readiness workshops, higher ed opportunities, and pro-social outside activities. At present, we serve over 200 youth enrolled throughout LA County. One of our youth just recently did a peer workshop. This youth, we met in camp, worked with them in camp, and then worked with them outside of camp through Sea Hope, and work with them all the way through the educational system, through GED, through community college, transferred to Berkeley, and is now in the PhD program at Duke University. This is the outcome that we can get from youth that are gang entrenched or get an opportunity to get diversion and become successful through the opportunities. We ask that you allow YDD to be a major role in, have a major role in diversion, and that you would divert fundings for them and assist us to help change the lives of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ray. Can you go to the next slide? And I think that the fonts are a little messed up, so I apologize that you might not see everything on your screen, but I'll do my best to, I'll get these out to you so you can share them also. There's several concerns we have with LAPD's diversion currently. While we appreciate the fact that LAPD was a leader in diversion early on and has been a role model for other departments, diversion decisions are still made only by an LAPD watch commander or youth coordinator, which is also an officer, without review by higher command staff and county youth diversion and development. We really urge, as some of the speakers said, for LAPD to go through YDD and to handle all diversions in a way that maximizes programming, resources, data, and evaluation. Secondly, most LAPD diversions are using LAPD programs and subcontractors rather than the county's youth diversion and development program. We already mentioned why that's important. And some of the diversions, particularly we know of one in Hollenbeck, is run by law enforcement. And so numerous studies, as well as the anecdotal evidence, some of which you heard today, shows that law enforcement is not the best able, neither with their skills nor their relationships, to conduct youth development, and that the long-term harms of police-run programs and police contact are severe. Third, LAPD is only diverting 20% of eligible youth, and according to their own data, 663 out of 3,255 possible. We want to urge the LAPD and all departments in the county not only utilize the county's youth development and diversion and development department, but maximize to at least close to 100% eligible youth, and also work with us to push the state to divert young people with 707B charges. We would have to change state law. Next, many eligible categories have huge numbers of arrests, such as 506 youth arrested for simple assault, 291 for weapon possession other than a gun, 208 for vandalism, which is oftentimes in our experience graffiti, 56 for trespassing. Things that if we had a more concerted effort in particular areas where young people are being charged to divert those, we would have better success. And finally, we're very opposed to an LAPD run database. The advantage of the county's program is that the data is kept in a way that protects young people and their families' confidentiality, and their and access is limited to only on a need-to-know basis, so that law enforcement does have the ability to say if a young person has completed a program, how well they completed it, and if they've been diverted before. But beyond that, it doesn't become another tracking device similar. We are worried about something like the gang database or other tracking. So law enforcement tracking data particularly on young people that have been diverted and have no criminal charges is particularly troubling. You can go to the next slide if we have time. We just have a few recommendations.
Madam Secretary, I don't know what the clock says, but if you could wrap up, I think we're close to the end, okay?
Okay, well, maybe you can go to the next slide, and then we can keep that slide up for questions so that people will see our recommendations while they're asking questions.
That would be terrific. Thank you so much. And I do want to commend all the presenters for presenting today. I also know that when presenting within time limits and so many speakers, that can be very challenging, but I do thank you for honoring our request to stay within certain time limits, because I know the commission will have a lot of questions. And I also want to recognize Commissioner Goldsmith and ask her if she would take the lead on questions, because she has been working in this area of diversion for many years. So Commissioner Goldsmith, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Thank you. Can you nod, Commissioner Decker, if you can hear me all right at this volume? Okay, great. I'll try to maintain it. I just want to, first of all, thank the commission, and Richard T. Thanks so much for prioritizing this and getting it on the agenda. I want to thank the members of the department for presenting today, Commander Waters, Lieutenant Potter, and Ann Clark, and Ann Tremblay from the mayor's office, as well as Elizabeth. And really, truly, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to thank and appreciate the tremendous community advocates and youth who presented today to share your expertise about this critical issue and all the work you've done on the ground to make sure that diversion is implemented and kids get these second, third, fourth chances and whatever they need. Thank you so much, Kim, Marnie, excellent. Oh my goodness, you are incredible. Thank you for your leadership. Terry, Jazara, Dave, Millie, and Ray. So I want to address some of the things that were said here. So, I think the focus for me is on making sure that we get that 100%, at least 100% of kids who are eligible for diversion are in fact diverted. And as folks said, would love to see how we can increase that even more, but let's get to 100% first. And I think the stories we heard today make the case better than I ever could. And I'll just say that I've spent a lot of time with young people who have been in the system and who have been incarcerated as kids. And the themes coming out from every single one of them, although each of their stories was different, was really the trauma that they experienced as kids, and that what they needed was love and hope. And when they didn't have it, they got into a lot of trouble. And when they did, they were able to turn their lives around and become the artists and the leaders and the brothers and the sisters and the parents that they were destined to be. And so I really appreciate all the speakers talking about how diversion doesn't just, the big headline is it in fact prevents future crimes and recidivism rates, but even more importantly, it invests in young people and gives them the chance they need to really thrive. And so I want to go to the first question I have. I'll try to just focus it on three big issues that arose from this conversation, although I know we could all talk for hours about this. But the first one is regarding the goal of diverting 100% of those who are eligible. it sounds like about 61% of the kids who were arrested in the time period we're looking at in 2019 were eligible, but were not diverted. And I know that Chief Arcos and others have assured me that each time the decision is made not to divert a young person, a report is filled out and it is documented why. And so I understand that that's not in the database, but I would appreciate the department's just quick kind of analysis of that. You said very clearly, and I so appreciate the department's leadership in really embracing diversion and really committing yourself to the goal of 100% and having policies and practices that enforce that at CompStat and so on. And you said clearly that your work doesn't contradict in any way the state eligibility criteria. So can you help me understand why is such a large, it looks like the majority of kids not being diverted when in fact they're eligible, and what recommendations do you have to get to 100%?
Commissioner Goldsmith, this is Lieutenant Potter speaking. When we talk about eligibility, what we were looking at in the data that was gathered here, we were basing that solely on the crime that the youth was detained for. So the things that weren't considered in this data gathering was if the youth had previously been arrested, had a criminal record or gang affiliation, if they had previously participated in diversion and were unsuccessful in completing it. Another factor that is determining in participation is the parent or guardian's willingness to participate in the program. We've had instances where the family chooses not to participate. So when we're giving you these numbers, that's based strictly on the alleged crime that was involved and doesn't factor in those other issues. When we provide training at the area level, and especially moving forward, Detective Bureau is looking at having that level of review at a higher level than the watch commander. That is definitely something being considered. And when we provide that training at the area level, we want to make the message that the default is to divert the youth, not to arrest them. That is the message from Chief Arcos. That is the message from Chief Moore that we pass along on a regular basis, that we're going to do what we can to ensure diversion if all the factors are met for the youth to be successful in that program.
In addition, Commissioner, we're committed, the department is committed as well as Juvenile Division. And some of the other things that we actually do, Detective Bureau during CompStat at a divisional level have inquiries for diversion. So we're constantly trying to build, I think through this, during this focus and expansion, there are areas that we can increase and do better, and we plan to. Also better communication with our CBOs as well, with referrals.
And I'm sorry to cut in, but maybe you could also just go to the next slide. There's additional recommendations people can read too. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. I think it was the slide preceding that one, Madam Secretary. There were 2 slides on recommendations, and I think they just want to be sure that we see them all. By the way, if I could ask that those slides be provided to all the commissioners so they can take a closer look, I think that would be helpful. I'm sorry, Commissioner Goldsmith, please continue.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant Potter and Commander Waters for that response. Can you clarify, I understand the point you're making about the database, but can you clarify what is in the state criteria around diversion that you're using to determine whether a young person whose present offense or alleged offense is eligible for diversion, but because of these past things you're saying they wouldn't be diverted? What is the is there objective criteria that the state has provided for deciding when not to divert an otherwise eligible youth? Or do you have internal criteria on that?
That would be a big factor in that is our internal criteria that is agreed upon with the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. And the youth that have previously been arrested have a criminal history. Internally, youth that have a known gang affiliation. Also, youth that have been diverted for similar offenses within a 2-year period and have not completed that successfully. 707B of the Welfare and Institution Code stipulates specific offenses that are not eligible for diversions when we speak of the state law.
Is it possible that I could answer that question too?
Yes, thank you. Yes, please.
So there was this 2.5-year process where the community and county agencies, including the district attorney's office, LAPD, LA County sheriffs, and several other law enforcement agencies came together and worked many of these issues out, including what is divertible, how is the diversion process going to happen, how is data going to be collected, stored, and shared, what data would district attorneys and law enforcement have access to, and what data would they not have access to, what would consist of a diversion program, what would the evaluation for that program be like, what would be positive outcomes that young people would have to achieve. And I just think that we want to emphasize again the importance of LAPD working with the program that they helped to create at the county level. So we have one standard, one bar of excellence, one program in the county that everyone goes through, one place to store the data. The elimination of young people because they're allegedly gang involved, for example, is not a part of the county program. We fought hard that young people who are allegedly gang involved need diversion the most, need support and connection to community-based organizations the most. To eliminate young people because they have past opportunities for diversion is also not a part of the county program, because people recognize that most of us that got into trouble, you know, we stumbled 2, 3, 4 times. The idea that it's like one strike you're out is not only not fair, but it doesn't make sense for young people's development, nor does it make sense financially. The idea that you would eliminate young people because they hadn't completed a diversion program without really looking into all the complexities of why they didn't. Sometimes we found young people weren't housed during the period of diversion, didn't have transportation, were having a crisis going on with their families, et cetera. So I think, again, the county program, of which LAPD was part of at the table from the very beginning to create, signed off on, signed an MOU with, that if we could have one diversion program that GRID and its partners and LAPD and its officers all use, we can strengthen that program and address some of the concerns that LAPD may have. But if we have different law enforcement agencies creating their own diversion, there's no way for us to ensure excellence, compliance, and good evaluation across the county. And most importantly, no way to ensure that young people and families get what they need and deserve.
Thank you, Kim. I agree 100%. Ditto to all of that. Thank you for enumerating all of the specifics there. And it does certainly concern me that such a high percentage of kids who are eligible are not getting diverted for especially something like a gang affiliation, which we've already been very clear that the way young people are characterized as gang members is deeply flawed. So that just seems like, by not diverting these kids because of this history or these affiliations, that we're really perpetuating the very problems that are driving us in the first place. And of course, I think several people have said, and I'll reiterate that, most of the kids who are arrested are Black and Latino, and just certainly a really painful and clear example of systemic racism. And when we see such a large percentage of these kids are Black and Latino, and then you see about 95% of the kids who end up being incarcerated in the county are Black and Latino. So clear disparities there. And, it sounds like part of what is filtering kids out of diversions are perpetuating those issues. So I would like to work on that. I think we're talking about a somewhat complicated bureaucratic issue in terms of coordinating with the county, although that all makes good sense. But I think maybe we can talk a little bit later about sort of what's the next step from a commission standpoint to create some consistency across the board. But at the very least, I want the commission to have the data to measure the progress toward 100% of diversion while folks whose job it is to figure out how to get there and how to resolve the kind of interdepartmental, intergovernmental issues can work on that. So shifting over to the question of racial disparities, it was hard to tell from the report we got, and so I look forward to future discussions with more data, but I do know that there has been some public reporting on the reality that while arrests of young people have gone down tremendously over the last 10 years, that in fact the percentage of kids who are arrested who are Black has gone way up. If I can find the stats here, in 2010, 18% of the kids who were arrested were Black, and by 2019, total arrests of young people had gone down 87%, but 33% of them are Black. So again, just continued examples of the disproportionality and what happens when we don't build racial equity as an outcome on the front end, that we end up seeing the people who this is meant to benefit actually not getting the benefits. So I want to just take a moment and talk about this issue. And I would love to hear any insights from the community organizations who presented today in terms of what you're seeing there and any recommendations you have to ensure that we don't see these kinds of racial disparities going forward. And I would love to hear the department's response as well.
And don't be shy, all the community partners, just jump in.
This is Terry Robinson with CYS. Thank you. As part of the recommendations of our presentation, of CYS's presentation, one of the big pieces was data sharing in the sense of arrest data broken out by race and ethnicity in order to determine, such as what was presented today, in order to target and then work on and work with the CBOs on proactively in order to assist those members of the community that are disproportionately targeted based upon the arrest data. We're not often privy to information like that, so it's difficult to see, except when we have meetings like this, that some statistics come out in order for us to actually design a strategy in order to respond. And second of all, data is not going to matter unless we have a CBO-led or an expert-led advice and consultation for LAPD in order to understand how to address those issues, how to respond to those issues, of which our recommendation at CYS is that expert leaders in the field and CBOs themselves should have a larger seat at the table to help craft and shape those policies and those responses.
Thank you. Does the folks at the department want to weigh in?
Yes, actually, if I could at this moment. So I want to first, this is Chief Moore, I want to first thank all the parties, the various CBOs, as well as our own department personnel, and go back to the beginning on this, which is our intention as we entered into youth diversion, pre-arrest diversion, was to find ways and alternatives, more effective alternatives than the current process or the earlier processes of arrest, probation, district attorney's engagement, the court systems. How do we find effective services and interventions to redirect these youth and to do so and exploit every opportunity to do so? And so today is a welcomed opportunity to hear perspectives, and I know I've participated with a few others of the senior command staff in support of how do we find ways to accomplish the goal that all of us have here. And let me just commit to the beginning of just a couple of points by points. We want to look to YDD as an intake. How do we look to support that the watch commander's chair is not the final answer? And how do we do that mechanically and practically at 3 o'clock in the morning or on a Saturday afternoon? And we want to see those processes established so that the intake is a collective intake and process. If we can avoid an arrest and we can avoid a referral to the probation department only And many times only they'll have those resources, those individuals referred back to the very same CBOs. That's what we want to do, and our commitment to that. I cannot speak at this moment to the probation citation program, as that's a matter under their jurisdiction, but certainly as a department, our efforts of relying upon pre-arrest diversion, on alternatives to citations is a commitment you have. And lastly, the department's discretion. I intend, my desire, and I know and I'll work with Detective Bureau and with the folks on the ground, prior gang association, prior diversions being incomplete, matters of the person being on probation, the involvement of the district attorney's office. We will committed to working collaboratively with the district attorney's office and probation as to matters that are under their jurisdiction. But our efforts will be, again, to avoid the process of district attorney probation department to every extent possible, and to divert youth to effective programming, and recognizing, as one or two other speakers spoke to, people are going to fall off. People are going to fall short. And we recognize that success may take 2 or 3 instances of engagement. What's critical here is the CBO's commitment and energies to ensure that victims and all parties feel that there's rehabilitation, that there is a matter of making reparations, in the sense of coming to terms with actions that the youth or the person involved in this comes to terms with owning the underlying conduct, so that people feel that the criminal justice system has served all parties. So again, at the beginning of this, our goal, committed, Commissioner Goldsmith, thank you for your leadership on this issue, and I look forward to the department. And I would think commenting on each of these recommendations in a report that can come back to this commission relatively in a straightaway manner.
Thank you, Chief. Certainly appreciate all of that and your strong leadership and commitment to this. My last area of questions is around the data. This gets a bit complicated. I don't want to jump too far into the weeds on this, but let me see if I'm understanding kind of the high level. It sounds like what we're saying is what you're saying is that you want the department to focus on data about young people that they're arresting, not to track their ongoing life, but to certainly track who they're arresting, why, race, ethnicity, gender, offenses, etc., but that you want to leave the tracking of individuals who are diverted to YDD, just to protect everyone involved, not overly burden the CBOs with having to provide information to the department, etc. So if you could tell me, one, if that, and Tremblay, this is probably a good time for you to weigh into, but is that the right direction, and will that get you the data that you need to continue to evaluate this around both getting to 100% and the racial disparities and other factors in terms of the effectiveness of the program?
Who are you directing that to, Commissioner?
I would love to hear from the CBOs who are recommending this sort of firewall on the data, and also from Anne Tremblay, but certainly anyone from the department can weigh in as well.
All right, let's take it one at a time. From the CBOs, Kim, is there someone you'd like to respond?
No, Kim has stepped out to go to the restroom now.
Okay. If any of the CBOs would like to respond, if not, Ms. Tremblay, I assume you're still there.
Yes, I am, Commissioner Decker. Well, a couple things I just wanted that I didn't address in my remarks, but the Refugio Valle, who is the director of LA County Youth Diversion and Development, and I have been working very closely together over these last couple months to begin to get us to the point where we can make sure that for the 3 funded diversion programs that we have, those grant funded programs that the city will continue to oversee because we were the recipients of the grants and will be putting that grant funding through to the 3 providers in the areas I mentioned. To work with Refugio and his team at YDD, as well as with the department, to address many of these issues that have come up elsewhere in the county that YDD has worked through and has worked in collaboration with many of the folks that have presented from the community-based organizations and community groups represented in this meeting. And what we're trying to get to is that discussion with the department about the limited amount of data and what that firewall would sort of look like, and then what data both YDD and in our case GRID for our 3 divisions will hold. And what we're working on closely with YDD is to make it getting that consistency between YDD and GRID about the referral forms, the data collected and how we do that. So we are keeping consistent between the city and the county about what we are holding separate and apart from the police department to ensure that the privacy and confidentiality of the youth and families served is met, while also being able to release data in the aggregate so we can see where we're going in terms of impact and outcomes for those that are served by these programs. We have, because the city through GRID has also addressed these issues on the racial disparity and inequity piece with the department as required through the grant from the state. So we are also working to make sure that we have that data and can use that data to be analyzed. So can certainly work, and the county will need to do the same, both for their grants from the state as well as their broader work. So working again together on that piece of the data, and I'm sure there'll be opportunities, as Terry mentioned, to make sure that we're being inclusive in with our community-based partners in what that looks like and what we should be doing to address it as we start to analyze that piece. So I will say we're aware of the issues and recommendations, many of them that are posted here. City is working closely now with YDD so that we're working in unison as 2 government entities that oversee these types of contracts so that we can be at the point where when there's fully funded diversion in all 21 LAPD divisions, that it's done consistently and carefully, and that we're addressing the concerns that have been outlined here. So we're having those meetings at the highest level with the department, YDD and IR, and we will continue to do so to make sure that we are setting up for a good, effective system that protects the youth, that makes sure we have good programming and addresses the concerns so that it is community-based organization run diversion, overseen by GRID and YDD in a way that supports youth appropriately. So that's the vision and that's the focus, and the department has been very supportive in working with us to get those steps together, including with County YDD. So I'm very hopeful that in a future report, we'll have a lot more concrete to tell you about what that looks like.
Thank you, Ms. Tremblay. Thank you for your leadership on that. Commissioner Goldsmith, I don't want to interrupt your questioning if you had more. I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm gonna, thank you. I get the hint. I'm gonna wrap up.
That was not a hint. I just wanted to thank Ms. Tremblay before we continued. So please don't shortchange this important conversation.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Goldsmith, if I may, sorry, I don't know if Kim's returned, but I did just kind of want to reiterate what it is that you had lifted up, because I think that is a large part of our ask. That being that law enforcement does record and share regularly the data around who is arrested, for what zip code information, and exactly why they are not diverted. I think that information is incredibly relevant, in addition to who is being diverted for what, and really assessing the outcomes meaningfully of those young people.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So,
I would just add real quickly too that obviously a lot of things that came up today need additional conversation. And if there could be a subcommittee of the commission established to follow up and try to work some of these things out, we can bring YDD in. We would want GRID there, of course, as well as the community partners to work some of these things out.
Thank you, Kim. That's a great suggestion. I, of course, would love to be on that subcommittee, and perhaps there's another commissioner that would volunteer along the way. And I'd suggest that obviously it's not the commission's job to get involved in the details of implementation, but really to stay at the level of policy and accountability and transparency. So perhaps, you know, does it make sense to, Anne, for you to sort of be the coordinator to figure out the details of how the data, the consistent sort of data entry and reporting, and perhaps also to just coordinate the efforts around consistent criteria for diversion, and when eligible young people wouldn't be diverted for some reason. So sort of park that there, and then what I would ask the department to do then is to report back, let's say on a quarterly basis, to the subcommittee with the data that's been suggested here. You know, who is diverted and who isn't diverted, and why aren't they diverted if they're eligible, and then kind of disaggregating that by race, geography, etc. So then our focus would just be, the commission's focus would just kind of be tracking that to get to 100%, and let those of you in charge of implementation figure out how to implement it. And perhaps in that first report back, you could come to us with a progress report on how you're doing in terms of data coordination and eligibility coordination across the county. So that's probably my big recommendation. I know other commissioners want to jump in and other ideas may emerge from this conversation, so I will stop. Thank you so much.
Very well. It certainly sounds like there's a lot of work to be done, commissioners. I would recommend, I'm open to any additional questions you have. However, I would recommend that we have a subcommittee of the commission work on these issues, flush out the detail, and come back to the commission. There's a lot of work to be done in the area of specifically defining terms. Be sure everybody's talking the same terminology on eligibility, non-eligibility, issues of the database, refining and defining that relationship between the city and the county, being led, thank you, by Ms. Anne Tremblay, following up on all the recommendations. So there's a lot of work to be done, but if there are questions from commissioners, I'm not trying to cut off. I'm just suggesting perhaps that we allow the subcommittee to do the detailed work to report back to us. But with that, commissioners, I see, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bonner, you have your mic open, and Commissioner Soboroff, are you trying to ask a question too? You are. All right, Commissioner Bonner first, and then we'll go to Commissioner Soboroff.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the information and the conversation, and I think one issue or set of questions that I just put on the table, and if there's some information available now, that's fine, and if not, I'd just like to put it into the conversation. And it relates to the couple of references to trauma-informed services and care. I think Marnie mentioned it first, and there were some elements of that, I think, in Tazara's story of the interaction with the police, and then I saw the slide that had the information about the impact of being in jail even for a couple of days and so on. And I know that historically there's been some conversation around trauma-informed policing, I think, which I understand generally to have been focused primarily on helping some officers to identify witnesses or other persons reporting incidents who may have experienced some form of trauma and how to deal with that. And that's an important conversation. But I'm also looking at what I perceive as another big part of the picture, and this is the topic that the state surgeon general, in fact, is talking a lot about these days in connection with ACEs and toxic stress, and that issue of how young people in particular are potentially suffer long-term impacts of traumatic things that happen to them in their childhood. And one of those things is, as I understand it, is either could be even just having a family member who has one of these interactions or is involved in the system in some way, or themselves is involved with the criminal justice system in some way. So if I'm understanding that slide correctly, that that there's evidence that there's a number of people who end up becoming further involved in the criminal justice system, sometimes relating back to some traumatic experience that they may have had with the police or being incarcerated on some occasion. I need to understand a little bit more about, one, what kind of data and information is available on just on this topic, because it strikes me that the departments puts a lot of focus also on crime prevention, and it just seems to me that there may be an opportunity if we know more about the risk that you are potentially creating the chance of increased or future criminal activity based on policing behaviors today. In other words, if you have too many of these negative interactions with young people who are potentially not diverted, if I'm understanding that slide correctly, you're saying that there's a risk that that they may continue to be in problematic situations in the criminal justice system. So even my difficulty in articulating the issue just kind of shows why I think it's an area, at least I'd like an expert at least to comment on whether there's something to this notion, but it strikes me as an area that I'd like to hear a lot more about, because it may be part of a broader crime prevention strategy, as well as if we know how to do less trauma on the front end and realize or minimize, the future impacts.
We can for sure share data with you and numerous studies. I think some of the things that the studies will highlight is, one, there is trauma when you have police contact, and even more so if you're detained or incarcerated. Two, it changes the way you're perceived by people in your community, whether that's your family, your school officials and teachers, other law enforcement, the law enforcement who stopped you. So it changes your interaction with everyone in your community, and you're seen, oftentimes people have said this a lot, you're seen as a quote unquote bad kid from then on, or someone who's in trouble, or someone who's needs a lot of attention from what would normally not be youth development, but more like probation officers in schools, et cetera. Three, even short contact with the system often leads young people to be on probation, and probation terms, especially in LA County, but this is true nationwide, are particularly harsh and long. So young people end up being on probation oftentimes for 3 years, and it's almost impossible for any young person, even for most adults, to remain without any police contact for 3 years, because you don't have to have a new charge to have your probation increased. You also have fines and fees, which we've tried really hard to eliminate. We've eliminated most of them, but that adds a lot, contributes a lot to the stress there. So the likelihood of you being reinserted back into the system when you're on those long periods of probation is really significant. There was a bill that people tried to pass to limit probation to just 6 months, because that's what studies have indicated, that 6 months, a year most, is best. It has the best outcomes, but the bill was defeated. And then finally, and again, there's a lot more that we could report on, and we'll get to you. But the other thing is very important, is that then law enforcement, including the people that pulled you over or stopped you or charged you the first time, that agency specifically tracks you, sees you differently. So it leads to a lot of increase in surveillance, stopping, searches, questioning, and that also contributes to young people being kind of trapped in the system, but also being re-traumatized. And I would say those same things happen for adults also, but it's just a more significant what happens for young people and their relationships and their trauma.
Well, I appreciate that. And I would ask Commissioner Goldsmith or whoever is the subcommittee that takes this up to kind of give some further thought about this, again, because we think a lot about the flip side, which is making the efforts to create positive interactions between law enforcement and police officers and young people outside the system, on the premise that has long-term benefits for both the community and for the police department to have those interactions. And it seems to me, if there's a flip side of that that's equally true, that even interactions that don't result in an arrest or a conviction or something, just negative interactions, may also have the opposite effect. So you have that kind of push-pull situation where for every positive development you have, you potentially have a long-term negative development, and maybe you're not making any progress going forward. So I'd like to just get that into the conversation as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Severoff, you had a question?
Sure. Just some observations, because I've gone through something like this very similar with some of the same organizations before. That had to do with LAUSD, Proposition BB, where the schools were not paying attention. We're not paying attention to what the students and the teachers needed. And through some of these same groups, we had a process. And what I see here is parallels. And my observations are that there's only one way to do this, and it's too important for this not to happen. And the way to do it is through communication, continued communication, more people at the table, not less. But the observations that I wrote down, because this validates, I think this is a very important discussion today by everybody who's participated. This validates how many people have the ability to help. How many different organizations do, how the department does, how the mayor's office does, the community organizations. But the only way they can do that is to continue to communicate, because everybody has to look at the other person and say, here's where you're right, instead of here's where you're wrong. And the words like eliminate or remove or you can't don't belong in a conversation like this. The words like it's not I'll do it or you'll do it. It's we can all do it together. If one program doesn't work for one person, then another program may work for the same person. So what I see is an exciting future with this, but it's got to be it has to be formal, almost formal. Is it a weekly meeting? Is it a monthly meeting between some of the many of the people on these calls and the department and the mayor's office? But we all have to look at what the other people are saying is right, not what's wrong, or we'll never get anything done. And this is too important. I think this is this is my 7th or 8th year on the commission, but I think this is a relatively historic discussion, and it's much appreciated from my perspective.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments from commissioners before we? Oh, Commissioner Kalanche, please.
Yes, I will make it quick. Thank you, everyone, for your presentations and putting the slides together, the youth who took the time to participate. Madam President, if I may, I would love to sit on the subcommittee. So just putting it out there. I have a couple of questions or comments. One is on the parent. My experience with diversion has been that, and I think it was mentioned by LAPD, that if parents don't sign off, then the youth is not allowed into the diversion program, which I think is problematic because most of these parents have so many other the variety of other issues that they're dealing with as a result of poverty, as a result of, you know, having to work multiple jobs. So in some cases, kids are living with grandma. I know in the case in our agency had one youth that was diverted. It was on grandma to attend. And sometimes grandma is not doesn't have the ability to attend a weekly session. So I think that we need to come up with alternatives for these youth where their parents cannot sign off. Because I think that there's a lot of youth that would have participated had there not been a requirement that the parents sign off. And a lot of these youth have excellent relationships with the nonprofits that can kind of, many times the case managers take on that parent role. I know for us, that's kind of what we've done with the youth that was diverted. So I don't know if there's any data that's been collected on those youth that were recommended but didn't participate in diversion because the parents didn't sign off. I would love to see those numbers. Also, I would love to see numbers on offenses happening on school campuses. My thinking is that maybe that a lot of these like lower offenses are happening at school, and schools are calling the police. So I'd love to see the data, because I think that's another institution that I know that a lot of these groups have been working to change, you know, how youth are treated and other opportunities for youth to not be criminalized. So I'd love to see data on arrest, if they resulted from the schools having called police to address certain issues. And I think those were, yeah, I think those were it. I applaud those organizations that are working with a lot of these diversion clients. I really do believe in the program, and I believe that youth should not be entered into any type of arrest situation. And there's so many alternatives. And as Commissioner Soboroff pointed out, there's so many different agencies that want to help. I just think that what ends up happening, if you're the selected contractor, you tend to be the only agency that's providing the services, when possibly a youth may already have a connection to another agency. And then we're asking that youth to participate in another agency's programs. So those are things to think about that I would love to just kind of hear from more of the agencies and see how they're doing their work with the county. But thank you for the presentation. And thank you, Commissioner Goldsmith, for your leadership on this.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Commissioner Goldsmith. With that, I'm just going to summarize where I think we are and where I think we're going. First, I want to reiterate what many of the commissioners have said, perhaps summarized by Commissioner Soboroff. This is too important not to happen. I want to reiterate my thanks to the departments, the mayor's office, more importantly, the community-based organizations, and perhaps most importantly, the youth who came forward today to speak. It is extraordinary that they have volunteered to be a part of the process and part of the policymaking process and to be engaged in their community. And I credit them. It's never easy for young people to come forward and to speak so eloquently and from the heart. So I thank them for coming forward. It can't be easy, even in a Zoom atmosphere. I'm sure it's not easy. So I thank them for coming forward. We have had a very important conversation today. It is clearly not the last conversation. There's a lot of work to be done, but I do believe there's also agreement from the department, the chief of police, who said he's committed to 100% of eligible youth to be diverted. There's agreement from this board that this is too important, that it must happen. And the community-based organizations are asking for that. There are a number of things that have to happen to get us there. With the leadership of the mayor's office, we do thank you as well, Ms. Tremblay, for coming forward today and presenting and for taking such an important leadership role. Much to be done, defining terms, the data, ensuring that there's data that's being used as a management tool to ensure the effectiveness of the program, but not tracking youth, and formalizing and creating stronger relationships with the community-based organizations and the county on all of that. That is a incredibly poor summary of the collective conversation that took place, but it wasn't an effort to put it together. But I do think there's something we agree on, and that is the 100% of youth who are eligible need to be diverted, and we need to figure out how we get there as quickly and expeditiously as possible. So there is a lot of agreement that comes out of today as well. I think that is where we are at. Commissioner Goldsmith and Commissioner Kalanche, I would ask you to serve on what I'll call an ad hoc committee on diversion to get this program moving forward with, of course, the mayor's office, the community-based organizations, and with the department. And I assume, Chief, the leadership team that you have here today. And if that's different, please advise Commissioner Goldsmith and Commissioner Kalanche. Is there anything further on this matter? Seeing no hands, our great thanks to all the community-based organizations for coming forward. Thank you very much. And the commission, the department will continue to work together with you on this very important matter that we are going to make a very high priority. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Madam Secretary? We'll move on the agenda. And if you could kindly excuse all the participants who came forward, and we will move on our agenda. Our next item up on our regular agenda is item B, the department's report. May I ask members of the commission, do you have any questions on item B? Item B. See no hands. Why don't I do this before I call votes? On item B, there are no questions. On item C, are there any questions from the commission?
No.
Thank you. On item D, are there going to be questions from commissioners on item D? All right, item E?
No.
Yes.
Well, I'll hold item E and item F. Are there questions on item F? All right,
No.
I'm going to hold item E and then let's take the votes because there are a number of people waiting to be called on. And so I'll take the votes on the items. There are no questions, and then we'll go to item E. And Madam Secretary, in anticipation of that, Captain Ramos, please bring to the panel. So first on item B, the requested action is to approve the department's report on the Narcotics Analysis Laboratory Trust Fund Expenditure Plan. I will move the matter forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Soboroff. Since we're taking votes, if you could open all of your mics and we'll just run through the votes first. All in favor, please state aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. On item C, the department's report, the recommended action is to approve the report. This is on the transaction agreement. I will move the matter forward. Is it second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Soboroff. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0 as well. On item D, the department's report to the requested action is to approve the report, transmit concurrently to the mayor and city council on the post-distant learning grant program. I will move the matter forward. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. And then item F, department's report, the requested board action is to approve the department's report and accept the donation of $300. I will move the matter forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll now go to item E, which is the department's report relative to the transmittal third extension for the National Crime Statistics Exchange Implementation Assistance Program on NIBRS. Commissioner Bonner, you have questions. I had questions on this too, but it'll give me a moment to get my notes in order. Commissioner Bonner, if you don't mind.
And wait, I'm going to need the chief or whoever's, oh, I see we have some others from the department.
Captain Ramos is here.
Yeah, okay, great, excellent. You know, my question is kind of a big picture question. If I'm recalling correctly, this is a report similar to what we received last year. I don't mean in terms of all of the reasons for the delay or the request for the extension, but if it is the same, my memory is correct that it's the same extension that was requested last year, and I believe it had been requested in years prior years as well. So the question really is, assuming that is, I'm recalling this correctly, question just really is, what is it going to take to really bring this home to get it completed?
Hey, good morning.
We asked Captain Ramos to step into this to discuss the delays that we're experiencing outside the department's control.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just want to introduce myself, Captain Steve Ramos from the Innovation Management Division. To my right here is Lieutenant Daniel Gonzalez. He's in charge of the Records Management System program that we have going on right now. And to my left is Senior Systems Analyst 2, Arlen Suzukama. He's the project manager on the NIBRS program that we have going on right now. I took over this program about a year ago when I came over to the Innovation Management Division. The biggest nexus to this right now in terms of the department becoming NIBRS and NIBRS compliant is basically the RMS system, getting it full implementation throughout the department so that we can actually collect data through a digital means. So currently we have the RMS system up and running. We're using niche technology to develop that system. We started piloting this back in September of last year in Rampart. And then we've actually moved forward with investigative reports. We have the 555 traffic reports available, e-citations, as well as developing multiple reports since then. The biggest delays that's caused right now happened with this COVID-19 pandemic. We had to stop all the department-wide training with the RMS. So back in March, we stopped the implementation of the pilot program. We continue developing the RMS system, but we're not able to actually develop any training mechanisms. We have the training ready to go. We're going to implement the training beginning DP12 department-wide. We actually pushed out 7,000 new Note 10 phones and about 1,200 tablets so that officers in the field will be able to actually complete digital electronic reports through the RMS system on their phones, on these tablets, or in the NDCs, or actually back in the stations and computers on the stations. So the RMS system is being developed. It's implemented now that we can actually take reports and ingest the data that we need to become NIBRS and NIBRS compliant. So what that's going to take is California DOJ is currently almost complete with their system to get NIBRS compliant. They will be hopefully certified or begin certification in January. We intend on training, like I said, DP12 started with 4 divisions per month. That'll give us the field data that we need to actually start reporting up to the California DOJ. It takes about 4 to 6 months to gain certification. They'll start testing the data that we're implementing, make sure we're collecting all the right fields, everything in there is actually truly accurate, and then they will actually be utilizing our data as well as some other smaller agencies to gain NIBRS compliance. So at this point, what's really needed is the full implementation or the beginning of the implementation of our RMS program to get that data to Cal DOJ and the FBI to actually gain NIBRS and NIBRS compliance.
Okay. Do you want to go out on a limb and just give us some wild estimate as to when you see all of that ultimately being completed?
As far as the NIBRS certification or the entire RMS system?
No, I just mean what year would we not see this coming back to the extension coming back on the agenda?
Yes, sir. So we fully plan on the training being completed by quarter 2 of next year. So by June of next year, the entire department will be trained. We should have Cal DOJ as well as the department be NIBRS and NIBRS compliant and certified. We will have most of the RMS system complete, where we'll be able to take digital electronic reports, do our case management. This extension is through October, I believe September of next year. So to that end, we should be compliant. Really, the only caveat to that is if we may need another 6 months after that to fully be digital in terms of end-to-end solution. Right now, we have the reporting capabilities. We have to be able to get through from an officer to the watch commander to records. We're building out the case management, which should be done hopefully by June of next year. And then working with R&I, our resident information, to make sure that this electronic record will be the official record. So I fully, we'll be NIBRS and NIBRS compliant by next year. Whether we need an extension for a few months just to get the full implementation going, will be, I think by March of 2022, complete implementation of RMS. However, we should be compliant by next year, and I'm hoping we won't have to come back for another extension.
The only caveat I'd add to that, Commissioner, is the pending separations of the SIP, what's called SIP, or Structured Incentive Program, or Separation Incentive Program. The ITB, Information Technology Bureau, is losing a sizable number of individuals who have technical capabilities and skill craft, more than 26 of them. In addition to that, we're facing potential another budgetary implementation or budgetary cutbacks I referenced in my remarks at the beginning of today of $51 million, which is directly personnel related as well. So I am very concerned that we are working closely with Deputy Chief McMahon for a continuation of operation protocols and plan, but they are taking a sizable and significant and critical reduction in workforce. And so we will work this as a priority while also maintaining the network and the services that we have right now. So I won't guarantee that there couldn't be further delays, as COVID-19 was a unexpected one, and certainly not of our crafting, but it was important not to worsen the impact of COVID on through a training environment. with our personnel and necessitate this. At the same time, California DOJ is late to the discussion of certifying their workforce. So this is external as well as this impact of COVID. But this next year is extremely uncertain in regards to our civilian workforce and our ability to do this continued modernization. I've got significant concerns.
Let me ask you quickly, Chief, if I'm understanding I'm going very broad picture. Let's say when all this is done, are we going to expect any significant change in the crime data and statistics that you capture and report? I'm thinking of, just the basic data sets that we tend to review. Are we going to see some swing or fluctuation in that in some one way or the other once you're fully converted over?
Yes, sir. And it was referenced in the report in passing that as this handoff of one system from UCR to NIBRS, we intend to have at least a 2-year period of trying in an effort to compare apples to apples. I think you and I spoke at an earlier crime control meeting. An act such as a robbery at a domestic violence event today counts as one robbery. In the NIBRS case, it'll count as a robbery, as an aggravated assault, and any of a series of other crimes that have been committed. So there is, for the public and for us internally, this will be a period of transition where our marketing plan externally to communicate this, as well as internally. And this is the work of JSS, as well as with media relations to begin to prepare that in the coming months to describe that transition.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's all I had, Commissioner Decker. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. And Chief, thank you for that, putting it in perspective on the impact that some of the budgetary constraints will have in the year ahead. It's good to be prepared and good to know. And at the same time, I do want to reinforce the importance of this, which I know, Chief, you also are aware of converting to NIBRS is incredibly important for clarity in the crime statistics that we are getting, even though it may take a 2-year period of adjustment to understand the more detailed information that we're going to get, and likely the increase in crime that we're going to see because everything is being counted. But also, it's incredibly important that we have that detailed analysis. It will ultimately help victims of crime, and I also hope victims of cybercrime who are dramatically undercounted these days. So I certainly understand the challenges, the fiscal challenges, and the public challenges of understanding what's going to come out of this. So thank you for giving that perspective. And yet at the same time, it's very important that we get that level of detail regarding what is happening with respect to crime in our communities. NIBRS is just an opportunity to get more detail and to really do a deep dive in understanding it. So thank you, Chief. Thank you, Captain Ramos and your team there. Thank you very much for the work you're doing. Any other questions from commissioners? Seeing no hands, we'll move the matter forward. The recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit concurrently to the mayor and city council. I will move the matter forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion, the matter passes 5-0. That concludes our regular agenda, and we will move into closed session. Madam Secretary.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 5A1 and 5B1 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much.
You gonna listen to the debate, Mr. T, on the phone, on your car radio?
I'll be in my office for a while, sir.
No.
We're live, sir, by the way.
Okay. Okay, well, at least everybody knows where you are. One, two, three.
So no one told me I needed to like prepare lunch and snacks, like all day meetings.
You didn't. It's just dinner you needed to prepare.
We were in person, you would get a banana or something, but you're on your own.
Yeah, I need to have like a stack of things next to me to eat. I have another Zoom at 5, so from 5
Oh
to
my gosh.
We now have a quorum. So let's go back to the session, and I believe Commissioner Goldsmith has joined as well. All 5 commissioners were in the closed session. Mr. Tiefenk, would you do a readout of the closed session items, please?
Yes, Madam President, the Commission's concluded its work in closed session. Item 5A1, officer involved shooting number 054-19. Commission unanimously on a 5-0 vote adopted the recommendations of the Chief of Police, which were tactics, administrative disapproval, 2 police officer 2s, tactical debrief, 1 sergeant 1, 6 police officer 2, 2 police officer 3. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 7 police officer 2, 2 police officer 3. Less lethal use of force in policy, 3 police officer 2. Lethal use of force in policy, 2 police officer 2s. As relates to item A2, 5B discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. That concludes our agenda for today's meeting. The only matter left is adjournment. I will move that the commission is adjourned. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 And it passes. The record should reflect, by the way, Commissioner Goldsmith was in the entire closed session. She may be having trouble logging back in, but all 5 commissioners were present, even though 4 are present now. Thank you. The Police Commission stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Until our next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.